to left. So
dead middle.
Yeah, perfect. You know, it's a wide fairway. It's a good start.
Now on the tee, please welcome from England, Matt Fitzpatrick.
Well, if you had asked people prior to the Tourist Championship, it may have been Rory, Scottie, Cam Young, and Matt Fitzpatrick as the 4 favorites. Didn't play well last week, finished T52, had a cracked driver, just chalked it up as a strange week. He said he wasn't too concerned about his game leading into here at Aronimink Golf Club.
When you mess up your favorite driver, it always affects you.
One of the straightest drivers on the PGA Tour. He's top 5 in driving accuracy. Doesn't even look at it. He knows that's a beauty.
Yeah, he put in I watched him on the range earlier, found out that he put in a driver that has a little bit more launch spin, which if you hit it crooked, that's bad. But if you hit it down the middle,
please welcome from England, Justin Rose.
The scene yesterday with Justin Rose, he had 2 different bags, 31 total clubs that he was working through. Just made an equipment change following his 3rd place finish at the Masters, a T3 in 2012, his best ever finish in the PGA Championship. The equipment deal has been a big part of the story. His last couple starts hasn't cracked the top 45. Does he have the clubs figured out to match the game that we saw the first few months of this season?
Well, I counted his clubs. He's still only got 14 today.
Within the rules, that's important.
And literally only has like 6 new clubs in his bag. His 4-iron through his pitching wedge. So that'd be 6, 7. That's it.
Our feature group is off. All 3 tee balls in the fairways. The approach shots to the first after this. Early stages, day 1 of the PGA Championship in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. Jordan Spieth has just finished his opening round with a 1 under 69, 3 under in the lead. At the beginning of the week, if you saw the forecast, there was concerns there would be a bunch of rain in the area on Wednesday into Thursday. 0.26 of an inch is what fell, so the course has held up great so far as we're looking at Justin Rose, Matt Fitzpatrick, and Scottie Scheffler just beginning their day.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping it wouldn't rain a whole lot because that would put some teeth on the golf course. And I was looking at those first fairway drives right there. The ball rolled out, so it's going to continue to firm up. So that's going to make it more challenging.
Might be time to say hello to the 3rd member of our broadcast team, the guy who's going both ends of a doubleheader, Ned Michaels. Ned, how about the scoring so far?
Interesting. We thought with the rain overnight and the softer, more receptive golf course that we were going to see birdies and 63s, maybe even something a little lower. That is absolutely not the case. The greens are standing up. The gusting winds, definitely a problem. In the rough, it's a little heavier, a little thicker than I think anybody anticipated. If you miss fairways, you are busy trying to save par. And for our group, it seems like equipment. That seems like it's the main topic with Justin Rose and his irons. But remember, he put those new irons in a couple years ago at Pebble Beach on a Wednesday, and he won the tournament. Hamna did the same thing. And you never know for Scottie Scheffler. He seems dialed in, and you have to control your distances out here today.
Scottie has done something recently we have never seen before on the PGA Tour. 3 consecutive solo seconds. His last 3 starts. His wife Meredith was saying, "Hey, that's PGA Tour history." He's like, "Well, I think I've only done it because normally a guy playing that well has figured out how to win one of the 3." He was joking in his press conference yesterday.
Yeah, well, he is just, I mean, if he's off, he's just barely off. But obviously he's playing very well.
Par 4 first, 432 yards, 3.93 stroke average, the 4th easiest hole.
I think that's just like, that's a wide fairway, downhill off the tee, downwind right to left, which is your favorite wind as a right-handed player. So they're hitting short irons in to a pretty accessible hole location today.
27. 5 yards. 22 shot. Potentially 20. Oh, 20. Good. 9 out of 10. Love the number.
You could hear Fooch there. He's 123, but it plays uphill 6. So, but they're playing for 7, 8 yards of downwind. So probably just a very comfortable gap wedge.
And this green, it slopes from back to front, so you can fly it all the way to the hole if you want. This will catch the ball, won't take any big bounces, but if you do come up 6 or 8 yards short, it'll zip all the way back to the front of the green.
Not bad for his opening shot with his new irons, although that was probably not one of them.
It's a golf shot out of the gates for Rose, and they're inside 10 feet for birdie.
And this is one of the most accessible hole locations on this opening 9 hole today. There are a couple of cups that are cut just over some of the ridges and ripples in these greens, and a couple that are almost looking like they're falling off the back edge. You'd really like to play these first 3 holes in 1, if not 2 under par.
Another good one. Yeah, Ned, it's downwind right to left with the wedge in your hand and the pin's on the back left. So that's, for these guys, that's as good as it gets.
Especially with the ball a little bit above your feet.
Exactly.
And now Scheffler. .115 in.
Go right at it.
Scottie Scheffler nearly holds it.
Little needs to slow down a little bit.
Watch out. 2 more feet, and that is off the front of the green.
Boy, I mean, he had perfect shot shape to go straight at it, and he did.
Had to have surprised him how much that ripped back. Couple hops past the pin, and
Yeah, and honestly, he was probably hitting a full whatever wedge, gap wedge, and the other guys were hitting more of a 3/4 shot, so they didn't spin it back. And that'll be a big deal today. There's several holes that you do not want to spin it back on.
here's the wind, and it's been picking up. 12 to 16 miles an hour, sustained, gusting up to 20, and that's the direction that it's coming from. So you see it's helping out of the right on 1. Second hole, be right back into it. Big splits between the front 9 and the back 9 as expected. Back 9 about a shot more difficult, at least through the midway portion of day 1, Scott.
Yeah, you definitely get the first 6, 8 holes is your chance to really shine, and you need to get off to a good start on this golf course because it just continually gets more difficult the further you get into the round. So fairly simple first hole. Lots of birdies today.
Will it be easier or harder this afternoon?
Well, if the wind, the wind's what's keeping the scores up. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that 3 under is leading. I thought it'd be a little lower than that, but if the wind's gusting to 20, it's not going to get any easier. It's going to continue to firm up and play havoc with your ball when it's in the air.
That 3 under leading's like a U.S. Open right now.
Very surprising, without a doubt, especially given just the almost half an inch of rain. But it kind of makes you smile a little bit, Scotty, because you think about what they can do with the golf course the rest of the week now.
Oh, I agree. If it doesn't rain anymore, which it's not supposed to, I think they could make it very exciting if they wanted to make it a little bit more of a, not a U.S. Open, but sometimes PGAs get to 20 under par and stuff like that, and it's kind of more a regular event. This could be 8 to 10 under winning, which would be really great.
Yeah, sometimes you have single-digit winners like we saw in 2021, 2022, and 2023. Phil, then you had Justin Thomas in that playoff, and Brooks Koepka, when he won it at Oak Hill, was 9 under par.
Personally, I enjoy that more because that rewards the better guys who are playing better, not just putting great.
Much to this for Scheffler?
This will be likely one of the most straightforward putts he has all day. Uphill and right to left.
Statistically, best putting season of his career. Can the putter stay hot? Left that out on the left. Straightforward par on the first.
You would never know it, but I'm sure he's a little bit disappointed that he spun it so much. Being from Dallas, where you have to learn how to hit all these different trajectories with the wind blowing, but he's already forgotten about it.
Ned, found this pretty amazing. Matt Fitzpatrick has won 3 times this season. He is 99th in putting on the PGA Tour.
Just tells you how good his ball striking has been. That is a remarkable statistic.
It really does, and he's had some terrible weeks though with putting, because when you win, you don't putt bad. So he's timed it up perfectly. Wouldn't shock me if he times it up again here.
That driver is an issue, though, something we've been watching all day, because he was toiling out on the range even late yesterday, trying to find the right head and shaft and hosel configuration.
Break a little. Ooh.
Burns the right edge.
Ned, the greens still have maintained, if not picked up a little speed, haven't they?
I would agree with you. They've fooled our morning group. The misses were 2 to 7 or 8 feet past. Rarely did they leave one short, even uphill. The gusts aren't quite strong enough where you have to take it into account on the greens, not yet.
Well, if you're playing, that's good news, because that really that's when it gets dicey.
This would be a real, as Peter Allis used to say, Alka-Seltzer, a real settler for Justin Rose. He does have to get it outside the hole on the right side, just on the top edge.
Just a little uphill.
Just a little bit, not much.
Can't cash in from 6 feet 2 inches.
Well, a little disappointing. You hate to miss one like that on the first hole, but it's not the end of the world.
Some cleanup work for Fitzpatrick.
Something caught, a bug.
That's been a bug.
Something caught his eye. Look, he's a good humanitarian. He's going to just transport the bug over to the side of the green. Is it a bee?
What camera work? It does look like a bee.
Yeah, it's a little cool for the bees to be really active, I think.
Even the bees can be distracting. Fitzpatrick knocks it in. Par, par, par for our feature group.
You know, I think that might kind of indicate what has been happening today. Guys, they had all good shots, but they couldn't get it in the hole. And they 300's leading the golf tournament. I think that might be a little bit of a theme.
I was walking the course earlier in the week. It looked like the first 7 holes. A lot of scoring opportunities. 297 to carry those bunkers on the left, Scott.
Yeah, which should be out of play today with the wind blowing 10 to 15 in your face. It'll be interesting to see if the guys all hit driver, because it almost, if you can't carry the left, you almost want to just kind of get right to the widest part of the fairway and only have about 150 in. So we'll kind of see what they choose here. The fairway slopes really hard left to right, so if you miss it up the right side, it's going into the rough.
8th easiest hole, just a tick under par for the field. 12 birdies. The Eagle, John Rahm, hooped his approach. It's a hole out. We'll put a 2 on the card at the second. Have been 13 bogeys.
Between that tree and the 2 on the right, it's 294.
This hole tempts you to try to take it over the bunkers, even into the breeze today.
Is it a touch out of the right? It's pretty straight in. I would say if anything, slightly out of the right. Goes up the
And you really need to get 275 yards out of this tee shot down the right side so you can see the landing area for your second.
Yeah.
You can cover that right edge of the bunker, but if you try to take it right over the top of them today, I don't know that you can make it, and behind it is deep rough.
Yeah, I think that's maybe a little bit much to ask today, but we'll see. It's a perfect setup for him, though. He can hit a soft cut against in right to left wind.
It needs a soft bounce headed down the right side.
It should hit soft, cutting against the wind.
Especially with that apex.
And it did. Well, he is #1 in the world, and he's such a good shot maker that he's playing with stuff that not everybody has.
Fitzpatrick, who's made a serious run of being the best European, with the exception of Rory, so far in the world of golf. He's been riding that bullet cut driver.
Into the wind with the new driver that spins more. This will be a test.
That's exactly right. It's a little higher and has more spin than that old one.
Perfect.
2 beauties. That's going to be comforting right off the bat, isn't it?
Oh yeah, he's hit 2 perfect drives on the first 2 holes. Yeah, and you know, Ned, you've played. If you play anywhere close to this level, you like to be as comfortable as possible on every swing. And if you're putting a new club in, could be some doubt. So great start for him.
Will Rose keep the fairway streak intact for this group?
Looks like he did, George. It looks perfect.
Beautiful high tee shot into the wind and into the fairway. 4 players tied for the lead at 3 under par. What's on the line this week? At the 108th playing, it's the Wanamaker Trophy. Back at it here, round one of the PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. 174 bunkers in play. They added 100 when Gilhan's Jim Wagner did their historic restoration a decade ago. Average green size, 8,200 square feet, largest on tour this season. The functional green size, probably about 30% smaller than that, just with all the contours of this old school Donald Ross design. 4 holes lengthened by 25 plus yards, 7, 10, 15, and the 18th measured at 490 for the week. 1962 PGA Championship was here. 1977 U.S. Amateur. Most recently hosted the 2020 KPMG Women's PGA Championship.
Well, they lengthened, you said lengthened 4 of the holes, 25 plus yards. I don't know which one was only 25 yards because all the lengthening I saw was at least 40. So they put some serious back tees on like 15, 18. I mean, way back there.
It is interesting. Donald Ross, who was the architect, came back in the 1940s and said, I always considered this to be my masterpiece. Now I have finally realized I built better than I even intended. So high praise from the famed architect behind Pinehurst, #2.
It sure is. I mean, the golf course is, it's very cool, actually. Great look.
Yeah. I think you're better off on that side of it. Got to be 10 now. There is, yeah.
Neck doesn't it?
No, because
Neck 8.
Yeah, that's more like flighted through it.
Yeah.
And the wind is here.
In out, right?
Yeah.
You're on
So,
neck 8.
that was 61, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was
No,
saying.
no. That's no. He is 61. He is 61.
Oh, you were going for the 57
Yeah,
number?
yeah.
Yeah, I can see that, 'cause it's going to be a flatter flight.
I'm just going 2 left too on the cut.
Yeah, that's fine. I just don't want this wind going straight across either.
Well, Ned, they're well back from where everybody was driving it during practice rounds. So this is a little different shot than they were working on coming into today.
Some of the big hitters are flipping lob wedges on here, and this is going to likely be a choked up 8-iron for Fitzpatrick. All in. Give it 160.
Yeah, he was saying 57, 58. Judged it perfectly.
Beautiful approach by Fitzpatrick.
Big turn. Watch him cover the ball here to try to keep the trajectory down. Yep, look how still he is with his chest right at impact. Just drive it out there instead of let it launch like they normally do.
Up to Scheffler.
A little bit more of the same. A big gust now, though, up by the green.
Good line. A little long. Not bad, though.
And I tell you, George, coming up around the bend here at the second, that wind is cold as it hits you in the face.
Scottie, big turn. On the range, he was not struggling, but he used his club with the grip on it a lot. So he always, really is into his grip, but he was pulling him just a little bit. And I couldn't tell if he was working on that. I don't think he was working on it, but it was just the wind conditions. So to me, it'd be the left miss is what he's not going to really like today. So we'll see.
Justin Rose, usually the shortest hitter out of these 3, but hit the furthest drive on the second. That just showed that he's got 138 in for his second, but with the wind, what do you think it's playing closer to?
At least 50, because it's now starting to gust. You cannot afford to be short here.
Looks like
It's getting eaten up.
right in the wind, yeah. Yeah, Ned, I think he was definitely trying to play that one a little lower and more of a kind of a punch shot, and it just kind of popped up in the air.
Barely stays on the green.
His golf swing has been so consistent. I mean, he's 45 years old and he's just still just still a tremendous player and ball striker.
It's fascinating. He and Adam Scott, born 2 weeks apart. Both guys similar career resumes. Scott 14 wins on PGA Tour and a major. Justin Rose 13 wins on the PGA Tour and a major. And both guys playing great golf in their mid-40s. Justin winner earlier this season, but both of them have talked about that burning desire to win one more big event. I'd say they're both Hall of Famers at this point, but they both are chasing that one more moment in the sun.
Well, and they should. Listen, I watched Justin warm up, and even though we're not covering Adam Scott, I stopped and watched him, and I couldn't leave because it's just so good. So these two guys right here have golf swings that are they're just electric to watch.
Speaking of electric, earlier today, the shot of the day on the second. Let's get you to that. Jon Rahm to this point, 2 over on the round, hadn't even recorded a birdie on the card. It was 2 bogeys, all pars, staring down his approach to 2. Hello! Rahm with the eagle, and one swing of the club went from 2 over to even par.
And you kind of need stuff like that if you're going to have a chance to win. Every now and then, if you're struggling and you pull one out of the hat like that. And you notice he was way closer to the green than these guys, and I think the wind has switched directions just a bit. It's a little more out of the west, so it's a little more in.
Rahm finished his day with a 1 under 69. Heck of a bounce back when you're 2 over through 10 and you go 3 under your last 8, but he had teed off of 10.
Right.
So he did that damage on the front 9.
He took advantage of kind of that template. He played the hard side first and then took advantage of the easier finish. So, and 1 under is a good score today.
Ned, the ongoing bit with Kerry Haig of the PGA of America, head of the championship committee, whenever you ask him what the greens are rolling, he says championship speed. Do you have any indication of how quick they are, in keeping in mind that the greens are the original greens from 1928 when the game was played in a much different manner?
Isn't that something? They've never been changed. It's just remarkable. They're certainly slower than they were Tuesday for sure, and maybe even Wednesday, but they have plenty of fire. I'd call them around 12 on the stemp, and they're starting to dry out a little bit.
Yeah, I think they'll continue to pick up pace as the week goes on.
Justin Rose stretches by a couple feet.
So Scott, there's a local, I don't know if it's legend or truth, but we're going to go with it, that the members have here, that everything tends to break towards the 12th green. So if you're in doubt, give the bias towards the 12th green. So kind of like Rays Creek at Augusta National.
Well, yeah, you know, and it could, you know, the third tee, which is right next to the second green, is the highest point on the property. You know, it's like 467 feet above sea level. So everything's downhill from there, and the 12th sits back in that little corner of the property, so not a shot.
If you believe in that, this might be a little slower than you think, but it definitely will twist from left to right all the way down the slope, and it should start moving about 4 feet off of the putter.
Yeah, the wind should kind of be pushing it too, so didn't push it enough.
Similar distance to what Rose has left.
Ned, the greens are flawless though, aren't they? I mean, the putting surface is as good as you'll ever see.
Spectacular. Absolutely. You nailed it. Flawless. And again, when you have to go up and down these spines, players haven't quite judged it yet today. They've all been a little heavy-handed.
Fitzpatrick, 7 feet 3 inches. One of the best approach shots to the second so far today.
Yeah, he should pretty straight here, right, Ned?
They just curled it and it off to the right.
Did have a little more break, but I think he pushed it barely.
Back-to-back holes, he's had a chance inside 15 feet, couple pars for Fitzpatrick.
Maybe that's why he's 99th in putting this year.
A little bit of foreshadowing with that statistic.
Yeah, I mean, according to his line, he only had that red at left edge at the most, and I think he mishit it enough to not hold its line.
The little ones that will command your full attention.
You better believe it. Especially when you missed a little one, not quite this little, back at the first. But this is why you practice all the time. Straight in, stroke tester.
And that was fast. You could tell how, I mean, the putter head moved so slow right there, even through impact, almost like Augusta style stroke where you just have to hit it, almost decel, but hit it solid.
Georgie, how much difference between the front nine and the back nine in terms of stroke average today?
The front nine is 35.6, the back nine 36.5, so call it a shot separating the two. Ooh, caught a lot of the hole. Got some oohs from the Philly fans.
Well, they do. Well, ooh or boo. You know, they do boo Santa Claus here.
Well, they were also booing Scottie Scheffler, the Dallas Cowboys fan.
Oh, well.
So the Eagles fans were making sure that they were heard. Par four, par four, par four.
And this one, yeah, straight downwind. You know, it's 282 to carry the left bunker. I was talking to a couple guys earlier. They weren't sure if they could carry that with a 3-wood, but driver gets to this next set of bunkers. So it's not a real small fairway, but it does kind of make you think about what club to hit. And if you hit 3-wood, you kind of need to be right half. But then the whole location today is totally unaccessible if you're not in the fairway. No chance to get around that if you don't drive in the fairway.
I think a lot of guys could hit driver. 340 is still a good poke to get to that second set of bunkers.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Maybe the rain. I just watched on Tuesday, Dustin Johnson hit it up equal with the last bunker. And he's, if he catches it, he's long.
Yeah, at 41, he still has some horsepower.
That's better than not carrying, potentially.
Yeah, there you go. Teddy was just saying you got to hit driver because if you hit 3-wood and it doesn't carry, that's.
Is there any on the left right now?
That's bad.
Looks like the smoke was coming from the west. Across the corner like that. I played straight down, but I think based on that, it's coming from the right. Yeah, that's fine.
The hot dog stand is coming into play on the wind direction.
Well, it's coming right across the fairway. Across the fairway and for the most part, straight down. And I would say
There it is on the left-hand side of our screen.
Maybe those are Philly cheesesteaks.
Making my mouth water. What would you
I'll
say,
see-
Ned?
I'll see you guys on the 5th. I'd say this is the strongest that has blown all day as they are getting here to the third tee. And so that far bunker at 352 is in play if you pipe a driver.
There you go. Look at that. He's a shot maker. Perfect. Didn't want his driver to roll out too far.
Let's go!
He is #1 in the world.
Easy game.
Ned, this guy could get to that far bunker.
You read my mind, Scotty. I'm 100 yards up on the left. It looks like he has driver
He
out.
does.
If he pipes it, it'll definitely get in there.
He did, but he kept it right of it, so it's another perfect drive. Rolling out a little bit more. He didn't cut it.
Said, see ya, Scotty, and goes 20 yards past his tee shot.
Yeah, so far he should be happy with his new driving club.
That fairway to the right of the bunker is only 25 yards wide.
Right. I think Justin is using his smaller driver right here.
This is teed quite down.
Yeah, this is his little head driver, which should be perfect. Well, we're gonna find out.
Going left.
That's going off the right, man.
That is middle of the green at best right there for the second shot.
Little cameo from a two-time U.S. Open champion, Andy North, who's also with that group. Everyone at even through 2.
What is your cheesesteak order?
Isn't there just one Philly cheesesteak, or are there multiple different options here?
Unfortunately, I don't eat cheese, so I'm like a cheesesteak without the cheese guy.
I mean, pretty much everything on it. Yeah, loaded up peppers and onions, melted cheese. What else can you throw on it? Because I'll probably have it.
Cheese, onions, use a little mayo. Pretty simple. A regular cheesesteak, no onions.
I don't think I've ever had one, so whatever anyone recommends.
Of course, the Brett has never had a cheesesteak. That's almost sacrilegious. You got to go whiz-wit when you get a cheesesteak at either Pat's or Gino's in downtown Philly. You a cheesesteak guy, Scott?
You know, I was born and raised in Dallas, so I would say no.
Have you ever had one?
I have had one, and it was good, but it wasn't in Philadelphia, probably. So
you've only had one cheesesteak in your entire life.
It really has never appealed to me.
Wow.
Sorry.
Good thing I was sitting down. I'm crestfallen to hear
Wow.
that. Big cheesesteak fan. Not a Philly guy, Chicago guy, but great to have, especially this week.
Yeah.
What about you, Ned?
Right, fill that again, please.
Only if they're authentic and really greasy.
So now you're talking more my language. If you can find one of those, I'll probably eat it.
I mean,
Where did these 3 tee balls end up? Rose carried the bunker. Fitzpatrick, 336, 14 yards past Scheffler.
Yeah, he let a sand wedge into that tucked pin. That, can you see Justin's lie? Okay, well, it looks like that's not up there, but it doesn't look like it's sitting up, does it, Ned? Or does it, George?
Can't see any golf ball right now, so
play the shot as if it's
take a bit of a hack from
29
Rose.
to 10 on. Yeah, so you use the medium slowness to cancel. Beautiful.
He's got to be aiming right at that 3 on that television tower behind the green. He really has no other line to go.
Rose missing the fairway first time today.
Really just trying to get the distance right.
Sensible play towards the middle of the green.
Yeah, I think that's all you could do from there.
Play straight down. Straight down, bro.
From defense with Justin Rose, Ned, to offense for our next two guys.
Yeah, but you got to be careful here. 127 all the way to the flag. 120 covers the bunker, and then there's a little skid plate that'll hit and bounce firm, especially downwind. If you're going to go at it, you better come in with a lot of spin or some serious altitude.
Yeah, if it gets past the hole, there is a little, it starts sloping right there. That's going to end up off the green because it falls off. Tried to keep the spin up, but another slight pull, George, which not sometimes when you pull it goes further.
Usually the case. Scheffler missing the green, but leads the PGA Tour in scrambling this season.
Lots of ways to do it.
Yeah. Would that be more? Well, it makes more sense because of that bank. Yeah.
Man, it's blowing hard enough. This could be a 60-degree wedge, couldn't it?
It looks like the flag's going to come right out of the hole. He's just hammering right behind him.
Yeah, just on the three. On the three, yeah.
With this wind, I don't think you can take on the whole location.
Well, I could see that. If you catch a gust or it gets knocked down, yeah, then you've got big problems.
It's a lob wedge, his 100-yard club.
Yeah. Probably not all of it either.
And he's going at the center of the green, hoping to use that slope.
And he did. Good shot.
Tough hole location to get at.
Especially with the wind just ripping like that. You kind of feel like you have nowhere to land it.
How about the Philly fans 5 and 6 deep, trying to get a glimpse of world #1 Scottie Scheffler, world #4 Matt Fitzpatrick, and world #7 Justin Rose. Matt not only trying to work his way towards the top of the leaderboard, where 3 under is currently in the lead, but with what his younger brother has been doing since playing his way onto the PGA Tour, the battle for Low Fitzpatrick has been quite the back and forth so far as well. Alex getting the best of Matt at the Truist Championship last week. Largest jump in the world golf rankings. Chris Goddard, this is from the 25 PGA to now, 183 spots. Matt Fitzpatrick from 85th to 4th, and Cameron Young from 62nd to 3rd. Alex Fitzpatrick had some stumbles late in his first round. Had gotten it to 2 under at one point on his back 9. Wound up signing for a 2 over 72. He's had a heck of a ride. Won the Hero Indian Open, then the Zurich Classic of New Orleans with his brother Matt, and a couple top 10 finishes after that.
And that might have been the best. I heard Matt say that, but it was probably the biggest win of his 3 because he's got his little brother and he helped him get a tour card. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
How's this going to be for Scheffler?
This is a tricky little thing. It's going to require attention and couple ways to play it. You can put it back in your stance and go ahead and use that leading edge and kind of stick it in the ground, or you can open the face, use the uphill loft and fly it a little farther.
I mean, if it doesn't hit it hard enough, it'll come back to your feet.
Yeah,
but he is chipping back into the wind, so that should help him.
Underrated part of his game, in my opinion, how well he handles interesting lies around the green.
Scheffler on the way.
Not really a problem there, Ned.
Say it again, Scotty.
I said not really a problem for the world #1.
No, I mean, it's remarkable. And he always seems to play the correct shot. He doesn't try to force it. If it's one that needs to be low, then he goes low.
Yeah, no, he's got all the shots. Yep, keeps the face kind of closed down so it'll just pop out with no spin, which is good against the wind. He just wants it to land right there and just kind of trickle down. And even against the wind, that was still pretty fast.
The putts at birdie on the green. We got Justin Rose, who just climbed onto that middle portion as he played his second out of the rough.
And this putt kind of goes a little up and then a little down, so the speed's going to be the big deal. I don't think it has a ton of break in it, but it could get away from you.
He's just hoping to get down in 2 from here. Birdie putt on the way.
That's going too fast. Yeah, and then it got left of the hole, so the wind's pushing it even a little bit more, so not thrilled with that.
Rose will be sweating its par putt.
This is going to be a lively afternoon if the wind stays gusty and strong. This golf course is really going to show some teeth.
Well, the forecast is not for it to kind of lay down until almost like 6 o'clock, maybe 7 o'clock. So it'll probably keep blowing pretty good for most of the day.
Well, you better pack your lunch pail. And your patience.
Yeah, there's just, these greens are kind of difficult to read anyway. Now you throw 15-mile-an-hour wind in there, that makes them that much harder.
And this would be the first putt today that I think you actually have to count the wind.
Yeah. And it should be fast.
Just inside 18 feet. How does that not drop?
That's what he's thinking. Well, through 3 holes, he has been striking it the best. Had the best looks at birdie.
Has hit every fairway and every green. Even though Scheffler missed long, Rose will have the further par putt. Missed long with his approach. Played a great third by Scheffler. You see the coin just over his left shoulder.
These are the kind of putts, if the wind is making a difference, these are the ones that you really hate having. You know, the 6-7 foot range, and you're not sure if the wind's going to push it or not. Hard to hold still.
And you go to trust the wind, and then it doesn't do anything to it. And again, if you believe in that myth or legend about the 12th, everything goes to the 12th. That would keep this from breaking as much as you might think from left to right.
Well, Fitzpatrick kind of deflected away from the hole from the other side, so.
Rose will drop a shot.
Unfortunately, he's not done yet. He knocked that one, gosh, at least 3 feet past.
And that's what we saw all morning. Even from 8 and 10 feet, players just are not anticipating how quick these greens are. And now they're trying to figure out whose turn it is. A little bit of a dance up here.
know, the greens here have always been the best defense for this golf course. I mean, I think that's how it was built, and that's what Donald Ross had in mind, in my opinion. And today, I think it's working out just like he wanted it to. A little wind blowing, greens are fast. You've got to putt good to play well.
3-putt bogey for Rose.
And the blimp is just right above us here at the third, and they always try to point the nose of the blimp right into the wind. And so looking ahead to the fourth, that is going to be one difficult tee shot into and out of the right at the par 4.
Should be pretty straight here. It is downwind though.
Great up and down by Scottie Scheffler. Thursdays have been his bugaboo, scoring average north of 70. He is 3 shots higher on Thursday this season than he has been on Saturday and Sunday. If he can avoid a slow start, watch out this week at the PGA Championship. What do we have in store at the 4th?
Man, I thought this was one of the harder looking holes when the wind wasn't blowing, because the last bunker down there is kind of in play but today, no chance. It is blowing straight back into your face. It's difficult fairway slopes pretty hard left to right. The green's not real severe, but the pin is on that far left side, and if you miss it to the left, you got real problems.
Ninth toughest hole over par, as we are just about to hit 3 p.m. Eastern time, so a lot of golf has come through this 4th hole.
Yeah, and I think with the wind freshening, this hole's probably going to play more difficult the rest of the day than it did earlier.
Now you can't see the landing area, but the grandstand behind the green is a perfect target. There are 5 flags that you can see that frame the fairway, the landing area. And just pick a flag and do your best to rip it right at it.
Left one.
That's how you know you're the #1 player in the world. Your finish feels like you pulled it left.
And it's perfect now. Got a little extra hook spin rolling out, so it's probably a little bit further than he was planning on being.
He did a Hideki Matsuyama there, made it seem like he was in the trees left, winds up in the fairway. Fitzpatrick has been a fairway finding machine. All right. That'll be his first one missed.
Ooh, and that looked like it. When they kind of bounce backwards on the last little bounce, that's when they really settle down. So that might be marginal at best.
Rose, right edge of the fairway.
He's begging. Okay.
Got the break.
Now he's got the perfect angle to that left hole location.
And Scottie on opposite sides in the short grass. Par, par, par. Scottie stuck in neutral. Rose over par. Grimacing after that 3-putt bogey, and Fitzpatrick just missed his first fairway.
The Philadelphia area is home to Marion, Pine Valley, and this week's star, Aronimink. But around here, shrine status isn't limited to golf courses. Take Franklin Field, where the Eagles gave Vince Lombardi his only championship game loss. Right next door, the Palestra, the cathedral of college basketball. And back in the day, the Vet and Connie Mack Stadium were hallowed grounds. That invited the nation's eyes to Philadelphia.
How good is that? Check out those trophies. Larry O'Brien on the left, Stanley Cup on the right, Wanamaker in the middle.
Pretty highly coveted pieces of hardware right there, depending on your sport.
I mean, I think I only like one club out, but anyway.
Trying to see if we can catch the conversation with Fitzpatrick. It's been no picnic playing out of the rough today.
You know, the good news on this shot, I don't know, Ned, I don't know if you're down there and can see the live, but this one you can actually kind of chase up to the front edge if you can get enough club on the ball.
You're absolutely correct. And he's in the light green grass, which lets you know that it's a little bit thinner of a blade, so you can definitely get more club on it. And there is some air under it. He's a long way out. Over 190 yards. That's not on his mind. If he can get it to the front edge, that would be a moral victory.
Came out left. Stays in the fairway, it's okay. Might have been a little thicker than he was thinking, Ned.
Maybe a little bit. Also, that breeze still getting it. But I promise you, he does not want to hit that again. Earlier today, Xander and Koepka and Hatton had all inside of 155 yards, and Koepka only had 129.
Yeah.
It's just to give you some context of how much the wind has increased in velocity.
Oh yeah, Justin Rose only hit it 279 yards. I mean, that's like 30 years ago. Yeah, it's got some teeth with the wind blowing like this.
Perfect angle if he wants to be aggressive. Take it at the television tower and let the wind be his friend to this left pin location.
Gorgeous by Justin Rose.
Yeah, that's better than you can see. You really tell on television with wind blowing like this. That's a small little area to hit it to. Great shot.
Could erase that bogey the previous hole in a hurry. What has changed for Scottie Scheffler? Led the PGA Tour in strokes gained approach the last 3 seasons. He's about a shot worse per round, currently in 42nd. But following the Masters, he was 84th. So now trending in the right direction. Has jumped 42 spots his past few starts.
Yeah, I mean, he's been automatic in hitting the ball pin high for 3 or 4 years, which really helps your proximity. So see if he gets back to that old habit.
This needs to hold on. This is going to miss left.
Big hop into the gallery.
That's kind of what I was seeing on the range, which it's not like him. Usually if he starts at left, it's always cutting, and it's not cutting right now.
Scottie having some trouble trying to play that approach shot through the wind. Let's say hello for the first time to Joe Hallett on how to navigate flighting your irons in changing wind conditions.
Guys, as you can plainly see from the flag, the wind has picked up here. Now, for many people, that means it's a bad hair day. Wind, no wind, that's what I start with every day. But the question always pops up, do I work the ball against the wind or do I work with the wind? I would tell you through experience of teaching and players, try and let the wind help you. If we've got our wind, which is very close to what you all have right now, about 14 to 16 miles an hour, maybe from 100 to 150 yards, maybe aim it 4 or 5 yards right of the flag. If the flag stick itself starts moving, now give yourself about 8 to 10 yards. So utilize where that wind is, and as you get out there, that ball's going to turn the way you want it to turn. There's going to be very little surprises. It might overdo it a little bit. But remember, Mother Nature, undefeated since whenever. Use Mother Nature to your advantage.
So 12 to 16 mile an hour, gusting up to 20. Scott, grew up in Dallas, played college golf at Oklahoma State. You played a lot of golf, not just in the wind during your amateur days, but on the PGA Tour. What were your keys on a day like today?
Well, there's two things that really make the scores go up. The firmness of the greens and how hard the wind's blowing. And when it's like this, it just adds, you just have to be so precise.
Fitzpatrick's third.
With all your shots, look at that. And you change your trajectory. I mean, he even changed the trajectory on that little pitch shot right there. He kept it down and kept it spinning more, so the wind didn't really affect it. But trajectory control is enormous when the wind's blowing like this.
As he always does, chipping cross-handed.
I know, I can't do that. But these guys that have converted to it, I mean, that's how good they are. Pretty amazing.
Would much rather be where Matt Fitzpatrick was than where Scottie Scheffler ended up.
He did catch a little bit of a break. He's in the walking path from the 4th green to the 5th tee, so the lie is good enough.
Back into the grain, though, since it's the walking.
There just isn't a whole lot of grass there, and it is soft.
Okay.
This is dicey because he can only carry it about 4 or 5 feet into the slope, and then it runs away from him.
The wind should help, but he didn't do that at all.
They just couldn't afford to have it come up short, because then he'd be facing essentially the same shot again. These false edges around here.
Yeah, that's kind of the old Donald Ross style, is to have the greens sitting up in those little edges like you're talking about, Ned, and that just makes it hard.
And you cannot afford to short side yourself around here because of those little ripples around the edges of the green.
That is true.
Bogey here, and then you're thinking, this is turning into another Thursday for Scottie Scheffler.
Yeah, he's obviously fighting a little bit, because he pulled it off the tee, thought he hit it in the left rough, and then he pulled it on his second, trying to hold it against the wind. So not what he wanted, but it's only a couple swings. He's overcome a lot more than that. But you're right, it could be headed towards just a mediocre or blah Thursday.
He's had 39 straight holes without a bogey in majors. That's because the final 36 at Augusta on the weekend, he played it in 11 under par, was 12 back of Rory McIlroy going to the third down, finished second by 1. Has this for par. Cozy's up there to tap-in range.
Yeah, just like George, like most major championship setups, if you get out of position, you usually pay for it. You know, Augusta's a great example of that. Usually U.S. Opens and British Opens are as well, and the PGA's the same. He was out of position after his second shot there. Long and left is rarely good at any golf course.
You're noticing this. Rose in the walk-up. Seem to be reaching a little bit for the lower back, trying to get loose.
I mean, he is in his mid-40s. That stuff happens.
And it's chilly out here. Looked like he was going for some glute activation. All right, come on. We need to get off the goose egg here. Knock this in. Left edge.
Another miss for Rose.
Just remember where the 12th green is. That had to go to the right.
Well, it sounds to me like you might need to start dropping some hints.
They need to start dropping some putts.
Yeah, well, gosh. Not going to get many better looks than that on this hole.
We've been shut out to this point. Par for Fitzpatrick.
Well, I think a lot of people are going to be shut out this afternoon.
Akshay Bhatia, best round going in the afternoon. 3 under through 9 has just made the turn. So it's 5 players tied for the lead at 3 under par. It's been playing as one of the easiest holes today, Scott.
Well, it's only 178 yards. It will play a little more difficult, I would presume, now because the wind is blowing harder. But obviously, average proximity is 32 feet. Most guys are just leaving it out to the right just a little bit. But if you have the right club in right to left, if you can hold it against the wind, you can get it close.
Almost twice as many birdies as bogeys.
I mean, 178, if there's not a bunch of hurt, that's like a 7 or 8 iron for these guys, which ultimately are scoring clubs. So Ned's down there, and I think it's more into their face now than it was earlier. So I think it's going to be a little tougher.
Without a doubt. We just saw it off of the tee back at the 4th. Just a reminder, when you see the caddies using the range finders, you're allowed to do that here in the PGA Championship. You can't have slope, and you can't have any wind metrics, just raw yardage.
Yeah, earlier in the day it was a little more northwest, which basically was straight across, and now it's come more out of the west, so it's hurting. So that adds just a little bit more, action to hitting it close.
Front bunker's no good. It's deep, and it could potentially plug in that face. You just mentioned long and left. Yeah. Typically doesn't work, especially on Donald Ross designs.
See, they're trying to decide what the wind's really going to do to this golf ball.
And it's a real in-between yardage, because his 7-iron, he told me yesterday, he plays it at 180 yards, and then his 6-iron 194.
Yeah, and like I said, I think the wind's a little more in than it was earlier, so.
This is definitely the most artistic of the green complexes around here, and it plays about 4 yards downhill.
Ned, we have a great graphic showing the length of the hole for what it's playing today, around 178, and based on the wind, it shows the wind calibrated distance, and it's been jumping from 187 all the way up to 199 based on the gusts, which have gone from 11 to 18 miles an hour in the span of the last minute and a half.
That is revealing, because it's exactly the 2 clubs he's trying to choose between.
Right. It looks like he's going to try to move it with the wind from the right side of the tee, so. Oh boy. Came way out of it.
That will be an interesting birdie putt.
Yeah, I think that, you know what? As much, he didn't totally settle on this is the shot I got to hit. There was a lot of indecision in the wind, the distance. I mean, we've all been there, and that's what makes it hard.
Next to be Justin Rose. Scottie Scheffler falls to the back of the pecking order after the bogey.
Absolutely, I love 78, mate.
And frankly, it's not all that different than the shot that he just hit at the fourth. About the same yardage with the same wind direction to a left-hand hole location.
Right. He does like to hold it up against the wind if he can.
Well, this is right at it if it's got the number.
He's trying to. Oh, another great shot.
Putting on a stripe show with some of his approach shots. It's a new equipment and clubs that he has in the bag, part of that deal that he just inked within the last month.
Yeah, other than driving it in the rough, the couple of holes the full iron shots he's hit from the fairway have been perfect. Or from the tee is here.
And now the world #1, Scottie Scheffler.
Should be less confused after watching the first two. Now he kind of knows what the environment's going to be to hit the shot.
Like the candle.
Middle of the green for Scheffler. It is a Philly sports spectacular this summer, and here's where our group stands right now. Even +1 and +1. The Flyers and Sixers swept last week, so all the sports fans get on out to the golf course.
I think it's tough with the amount of slope that's on these greens. We definitely thought there was going to be a lot more rain, so I thought spin control was going to be a big factor in coming into the greens with some irons.
They're all elevated, so if you kind of miss the green, it comes down and you're 20, 30 feet on the fairway over a slope. Big complexes, but small spots where the greens are.
These aren't like USGA greens. They're original greens. They have, you know, from back when they first started.
Those green complexes have a lot of slope to it, with not a lot of flats, and you can find yourself on the middle of the green with them really tricky 2-putts for par.
The greens are the defense of the golf course. If you look at the three most recent champions here in the 3 PGA Tour events they had, 2010, 11, and 18, all those guys finished top 3 in putting for the week, including Justin Rose when he won here in 2010. But today's been a different story. That was inside 6 feet for birdie on the first.
Yeah, he's putted great around here in his history. He won and lost in a playoff in the 2 big tournaments, but he was not putting like this yet.
So a couple of those misses, and this comes up woefully short from Matt Fitzpatrick.
And look at the wind.
Uh-oh.
Remember what I said back on the third?
It's now affecting. Rolling away from the hole. Yeah, these greens have so much slope and so much like character to them that if you have a 60-footer, you're pressing the envelope to get it close.
Especially with 25-mile-an-hour gusts now.
Right.
Ned, for the start to the year that Scottie has had, he has turned what was a weakness in his game in putting a few seasons ago to now top 15 putter on tour. It's been a remarkable turnaround, and it's led to him becoming this dominant world #1.
You don't often see players make those kind of improvements. You're talking about trying to find a quarter of a shot here, and eighth of a shot there, and you nailed it. But it was diligent work, and it was intentional work. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. They got the team together. Switched putters, thanks to Rory's advice.
And went to the claw on the short putts, maybe inside 6 feet. Boy. Looked awful good.
Looked like it was going to be right on cue. Scheffler taps it in, so he's still at 1 over.
The speed's perfect. It looks like it should break a little left, and it
just grazed the right edge of the cup.
I mean, it almost went over air. Needed a wind gust to help him a little bit.
So we showed you the misses from Rose on 1 and 3. He's had 3 misses inside 10 feet so far. So Ned, maybe at this point he's due.
He's due, but this seems like, could it be straight?
It could. I was just looking at the, I think it's got to be left edge, but
not with the wind though.
I know, so it might be straight. See, if it's a solid putt, it'll hold its line. And look at that, it went left once it got past the hole. That had to be the wind.
Absolutely. Looked over at his caddy, Mark Fulcher, and gestured as if to say that it was the wind, my man.
Yeah, you could see the ball was breaking right to or left to right halfway up, and then it just immediately straightened out.
From a blimp shot. It felt like it was going to keep working right, and once it got to the hole, it started turning left.
Well, these greens are hard enough without the wind gusting.
Right now, anything under par, if the wind stays like this in the afternoon, is going to be a solid effort.
Ned, I was just thinking the same thing, that if the weather holds like this, the back nine's going to be a bear.
And it's going to get cold quick too, and that sun starts to tuck behind a little bit.
Fitzpatrick has almost 11 feet for par.
And Scottie had him move his mark, so he was an interested spectator for these 11 feet. But again, you think you know what it's going to do, and you're just kind of hoping you get the right gust of wind. Just throw it out to the right.
Fitzpatrick, steady Eddie, good 2-putt.
Oh, really solid putt right there. Just don't let the wind blow you around. This should be no problem.
Rose, 1 over on the round. That's another par. That putter had heated up at all, he could be 1 or 2 under.
Yeah, I mean, he's had 3 great birdie opportunities.
How's this par 4 6th?
Well, it's going to be playing downwind left to right, and the 273 carry is nothing for these guys. It's almost, you got to miss the first left bunker, but it is uphill, so generally pretty wide fairway by tour standards, and hit a nice drive. You got some sort of little L wedge or sand wedge in. Great birdie opportunity.
You see all these holes, these first 6, you'd call it. 4 of the first 6 are playing under par.
Yeah, that's where all the birdies are coming, I think. I guess that's why 3 under's leading, because it just continually gets harder.
Hey!
Fitzpatrick also playing traffic cop.
Is that a driver?
That is a driver.
It is a driver.
This needs to be down the right side if it is.
Cutting.
He's trying to peel it back towards the fairway.
And he did. I mean, the hole basically sets up for you to hit a cut off the tee, and the wind's helping you hit a cut off the tee. So not the tougher. They'll have a lot tougher tee shots than this coming up.
The rough down the left side, if you pull it, is bad company. It is thick, and the ball tends to go straight to the bottom of it. You also have no angle where this whole location is over on the middle front left.
Right.
Block that one high and right.
Right.
Needs to get a little lucky, and that's doesn't appear to be that lucky bouncing off the tree.
There aren't many trees left here at Aronimink Golf Club, but Justin Rose found one of them.
Yes, he did. I just have to get up there and see what he's got.
The number 3 hitter off the 6, Scheffler.
He's got an extra gear that he showed off earlier this year and throughout the season. Let's see if he deploys it here, tees it up a little bit higher, and let it ride the wind.
Yeah, this should be a pretty big cut for him. I think it's perfect.
Splitting fairway after fairway. Scottie Scheffler 5 for 5. But he's looking for his first birdie in this first round. There's the Philadelphia Museum of Art, established in 1876 following the Centennial Exposition.
It's the first day of a major. Everyone still believes. The crackle in the air is born of that hope. All these players, somewhere inside, have laid out some scenario that ends with them holding the Wanamaker.
Wanamaker's got a Philly connection. It was Rodman Wanamaker, the Philly department store heir, who donated the trophy in advance of the first playing of this event in 1916. 110 years old, 108th playing. Aldrich Potgieter, the 21-year-old long-hitting South African, one of the co-leaders with Stephen Yeager, Minwoo Lee, Ryo Hisatsune. The last 10 winners have been American, but you have 4 international players who are the co-leaders right now.
Well, hey, professional golf has got people from all over the world that are really damn good now, so you just never know. I mean, it is early, though, George. I'm going to be shocked if this man right here is not somewhere around the top when it's all over.
The leaderboard usually has a gravitational pull towards the name of Scottie Scheffler. He's currently 4 back.
Yeah, you want it now? I was going to say, yeah, fine.
It has been an interesting run. The last international winner, Jason Day, 2015 at Whistling Straits.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. There's trends. I don't know how you explain them, but generally a PGA Championship is set up more like a PGA Tour golf course. So that would, maybe that's the reason why it's more Americanish. You know, the thick rough, the bigger, faster greens.
Ned, we've been hearing all this chatter, the debate about trees and modern architecture. We've got the ball positions, Scheffler, Fitzpatrick in the fairway. What do you think Justin Rose's opinion is right now?
He said you missed one tree, Mr. Hance, when you came in here and took them all out. Unbelievable. Wedge right under a Volunteer's souvenir bag, and the base of the tree is already taken an unplayable as Fitzpatrick tries to navigate second shot over the ridge, needs to spin.
Does a little. Hey, with the wind blowing this hard, Ned, it's really hard to get your distance in the air perfected.
It becomes a feel game, doesn't it? Very much a visual.
Absolutely.
And then there's such a difference between the windows that you play through. If you flight it high, the carry distance will be further than if it's more of a 3/4 type shot in this type of wind.
Well, that's, the game is so specific now, and guys work on this and work on it. You get wind and firm greens, and all of a sudden you have to bring out a different skill set.
This is normally in Scottie Scheffler's wheelhouse.
Yeah, but you can't carry it all the way to the flag. If it comes in low, it'll skip off to the right. He's trying to bring it in low.
Left of the hole. If it's going to stay. Yeah. Great shot.
You got to be below the hole on these Donald Ross greens.
Yeah, that was a great shot, kind of playing that low bump and run into that big slope on the left front of the green. So
that was pure imagination.
That's seeing it and then pulling it off.
All right, we got our lens focused now on Rose. So you said he took the unplayable off the base of the tree, and this will be his third then?
Exactly right. He got a little bit of a bad break in that it hit the tree and then got pinched under the Volunteer's bag. But I think he wouldn't have had a shot anyway.
Yeah, it looked like he was like dead behind it from our angle off the tee.
So this would be his third shot. Some 73, call it, all the way to the flag. Again, just looking to land it a few yards on the green. I hope you get the big bounce.
Yeah, downwind should help him release, but he didn't catch it all.
I don't think he wants it again, though.
We'll have a par putt upcoming. But turn it into a scratchy start for Justin Rose. Well, we promise you birdies are out there. You're just not seeing them on our stream. These are all available right now on the ESPN app and ESPN Plus. 4 different feature groups. Feature Group 2, Cameron Young, Keegan Bradley, Justin Thomas, Chris Goddard, Robert McIntyre, Tommy Fleetwood. Or Group 3, Victor Hovland, Colin Morikawa, all part of that group number 4, along with Shane Lowry. Lowry was the runner-up last year at Philly Cricket Club for the Truist Championship. And then you got holes 15, 16, and 17. I'm hoping the other streams have seen at least one birdie on the card.
Well, I am too.
Because this is supposed to be the easy 6-hole stretch.
I think the tables have been turned with the weather. There may not be an easy stretch today. It's really funny though, because a lot of guys were thinking, oh, guys are going to just destroy this deal, and low scores.
I mean, I was on live from the last couple days. There are 2 different analysts who were saying there could be a 61 this week at Aronimink, because we saw 62s the last time at the BMW. Very different conditions. There was a quagmire, more than 3 inches of rain fell that week. But the thinking was there could be some potentially historic lows, but Mother Nature did us some favors. You just have a 1/4 of an inch of rainfall. It's still firm and
it's
fast.
still,
This is Thursday, and
my thought was, like you were saying, my thought was similar to who you were talking about. If you drive in the fairway here, you got short irons all over the place, and as good as these guys are, they're going to make a lot of birdies. But it hadn't happened so far.
Ned, I think the other variable, aside from the fact that the rain wasn't too bad, I think the wind's a touch stronger than people were thinking today.
It's the strongest, even from yesterday when it was up to 15 miles an hour. But right here, we're at a high point on the golf course as well. It might just keep this from breaking right to left.
Trying to dart left at the end. Will it? High side.
We can't buy one, fellas.
No. Well, we got Scottie Scheffler straight uphill, downwind. What do you think? Bet a pizza on if he makes it or not, Ned?
No chance I'm taking that bet. I'm not taking that from 5 feet right now.
I think he's going to pour it in there.
Your plank thought he could suck you into that one.
Yeah.
He's a gritty veteran. He knows how to do it.
Well, we have been doing this together for a few years now, so you've read me, Ned.
I've already bought you a few pizzas along the way.
Basically the 6th straight year with the same team running that we've had on ESPN Plus, part of the PGA Championship coverage. Been a lot of fun. Not as much fun for Justin Rose on the 6th hole for par.
Yeah, if there's any justice, this deserves to go in. And he's right in the saddle.
Yeah, it shouldn't have a ton left to right at the end.
Put a charge into it.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, 6 holes, Justin Rose, he's hit easily the 3 best iron shots we've seen of this group, and he's going to be a couple over.
You wouldn't think he's playing the worst, but
no, he's just scoring the worst. Golf's hard.
Ned, we have it measured to the inch. 8 feet 11 inches for Scottie Scheffler.
Okay, 8 feet 11 inches. He's on the back side of the spine, so the first 5.5 feet are going to be quick, especially the wind at his back. And then the last 3 feet, that's where most of the break will be, and it will work from his heels to his toes. And it looks like he's giving it a pretty wide margin, isn't he?
Where's 12th green, Ned?
It's back over his right shoulder, and
then it's not going to break as much. Oh, look at that.
That's why he's the world #1. His first birdie of this opening round comes on the 6th, back to even par.
All right, Ned, I'll take pepperoni.
Good call, Scotty. Good call.
Yeah, he's just trying to find the groove with his irons. Is really all he's trying to do. He's going to drive it. He's driving it good. His chipping's awesome. His putting's great.
I think conditions-wise, this is best case scenario for Scottie Scheffler, who has struggled in first rounds this year. If you have a tough, windy day where 1 under or 1 over
is fine. Yeah, even par is a good score today. especially this afternoon.
He's anywhere near the 60s as Rose bogeys. We'll drop another shot to 2 over. Then you're right in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, Ed, you're out there. The conditions are tough enough that, I mean, even par rarely is a good score on the PGA Tour anymore.
Or in a PGA Championship.
Or in a PGA Championship. But today, fantastic.
After more than 60 years, the PGA Championship will be making a historic return to Dallas-Fort Worth in 2027. Join us next May at the home of the PGA of America in Frisco as we welcome the strongest field in golf back to the Lone Star State. To register for tickets, visit PGAchampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. Now, I've been a Texan for the last few years. Grew up in that area. To have a PGA Championship come back has got to be pretty special. Take us through the 7th first, and then we'll get your thoughts on that.
Well, this one's going to be back into the wind, so it's pretty easy driving hole for these guys with no wind because they can carry that corner. But today, if you miss the fairway right, you're pitching out. This is the one place where they didn't put a fairway bunker in, but they put this 2 or 3 foot fescue in. So if you miss the fairway right here, trying to cut the corner, you're in big trouble. And this green is got all kinds of stuff going on.
Right.
Scheffler now has the honor off the birdie, but to have a major come back to Texas.
Oh, it's great. I mean, Dallas-Fort Worth is a great golf area. Tons of fans. So it should be a success when they go to Frisco.
And part of the move to May, while it may have eliminated some of the upper Midwest and northern venues, does open up coming to Texas, and it's a week later next year for the PGA Championship. It'll be a home game-ish for Scottie Scheffler, who lives in the Dallas, Texas.
Sure will.
LeBron!
Yeah, that's perfect.
Scotty!
Love it with the team out there.
You know, you gotta
Thank
love
you.
his feet go everywhere at impact. You know, he's body English on the ball, and he just
Left edge to middle.
he has his own golf swing, and he's darn near perfected it.
So the broadcast partners this week, you had it early on ESPN and then CBS on the weekend. They did a funny bit showing silhouettes of golfers. And it was all PGA Tour guys, and then they had the silhouette of LeBron, which looked identical to the setup of Scottie Scheffler as Matt Fitzpatrick.
I think it's ideal. Just doesn't want it to leak right.
This is another fairway.
Well, you can see that grass I was talking about. The rough's bad enough. He'll have a hard time getting that one middle of the green.
But they superimposed the setup of Scheffler and LeBron. They actually look similar, but then you show the motion of the two in the swing. It couldn't be more polar opposite. So people guessing, Xander Schauffele guessed, oh, it's got to be Scottie Scheffler. And then you see this hideous LeBron swing, and they showed Scottie, and Scottie was laughing. He said, well, LeBron does kind of have the same messed up footwork that I have.
Well, good. Well, 2 in the fairway, 1 in the rough, so a couple chances to kind of attack the hole location on the back right.
It was written 250 years ago, the Declaration of Independence. All men are created equal. Here at the PGA Championship, that was the case until they put the peg in the ground, round number 1.
What weighs more, the Wanamaker or the Liberty Bell?
The Wanamaker.
The Liberty Bell weighs 2,080 pounds.
Oh, Liberty Bell? I was thinking like a little.
Never like seen the Liberty Bell up close. The Liberty Bell weighs more.
I've no idea what the Liberty Bell is. The Liberty Bell surely weighs more.
The Wanamaker Trophy or a bald eagle?
The Wanamaker Trophy bald eagles aren't 30 pounds.
Wow, that's a little loaded. Birds are really light. There's got to be some bald eagles that weigh less and some maybe more, so I'll say less.
The Wanamaker Trophy or a punching bag?
A Rocky style punching bag? So not a speed bag, like a full-on bag. A full-on bag is gonna weigh more than 32 pounds.
Punching bag. On fire with them.
You can't stop a wily veteran like Adam Scott, who's making his 26th start in the PGA Championship. Pretty amazing, Scott.
He's an amazing golfer, actually. George, like I said, I was on the range watching our guys, and I kept gravitating back to watching Adam Scott hit golf shots because 45 years old, he's just phenomenal. So, and he's a great guy and a smart, really smart guy. So
you won in your mid-40s. What was your secret?
Just got lucky. I mean, I was highly motivated because it was a tournament in Dallas at the Byron Nelson. So you never know. I wouldn't shock me if Adam Scott won. It wouldn't shock me if he won another major.
That's what you and Scottie Scheffler have in common. Both guys are past champions of the now CJ Cup Byron Nelson. One of 3 events on the PGA Tour named after a former player, with the Arnold Palmer Invitational, and the Memorial is the Jack Nicklaus tournament that they consider as well. The ball position for the 3 tee shots, and we're not seeing any of this golf ball for Matt Fitzpatrick.
No, and there's a lot of math going on here. He's just trying to cover the bunker and get it to the front edge.
Catch a big jumper and see if it'll roll out. And he did a pretty good job.
That was excellent.
Still going to have a really hard putt from right there. I mean, he's going to have to almost go up to the fringe, it looks like, and have a hard time getting the ball to stop around that whole location. Be a difficult 2-putt.
And we got the wind clocked at 10 to 12 miles an hour straight in right now on 7.
If this is 12 miles an hour, I got to tell you what.
What, is your hair moving?
I mean, if this is only 12 miles an hour, I'm going to give it at least 16. I mean, the gusts that are hitting. What did we have it at over when we were on the 5th? 14 miles an hour?
It was jumping from 11 to 18 over there.
Yeah, I'm going with that.
Yeah, well, you can see the flags along the top of the grandstand there. They're blowing pretty good.
So it's 60 once you take in the downhill, but then you've got to account for the breeze, and it's all the way in the back here.
It needs to get over that slope. We'll see where that stops, because one of them's going to get a nice read off the other one. Oh. Justin's going to have to be the guinea pig.
It's an imposing looking flag. It's so far in the back of the green that you know if you go long, you're most likely walking away with a bogey.
Yeah, and you can't miss the green right. I mean,
you cannot miss it right.
If you get over there above that, I mean, that actual little, slope, mound, crease, whatever you want to call it, it's what hides this whole location.
So you're trying to be aggressive, but you're also leery of the wind and knifing one right through. This needs to be about a 65 shot. When you take in all of the math, the wind and the downhill.
Well, sounded solid. And it was. At least he's not going to have to deal with the big slope from the right fringe. So I think it's just playing that hard now with the wind blowing like this. It's difficult.
Difficult indeed. None of those guys wanted to mess with that back portion as you guys were describing. That's a nice camera angle to show you that slope and contour that feeds off the back edge of the green. And then you would have a downwind, downhill pitch for your third. So the sensible play, leave it 30 feet short, putt uphill, take your par.
Yeah,
Move along.
it doesn't look like it's tucked that much, the whole location, but the size of that slope and the speed of these greens, you just don't want to mess around with it. Be interesting to watch Justin and Matt Fitzpatrick
Got another
navigate that.
In another feed. 6 people tied for the lead. Akshay Bhatia 3 under through 11. Alex Smalley 3 under through 6. Isad Sune, Minwoo Lee, Steven Yeager, Aldrich Potgieter already done. Michael Block, even through 13, has a birdie putt on his 14th hole, which is the par 3 fifth. 49 years old. He's made the PGA Championship 5 consecutive years, 7th appearance overall. Turns 50 next year. Wonder if he decides to try and give it a go to get through PGA Tour Champions Q School. We saw Rob Labritz, who was a lifelong club pro, who then got his card at 50, and it's top 36 out there to keep your playing privileges. He's been out there the past 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, and there's no telling if the rules will change or the regulations, but there is no tour school anymore, George.
Ah, yes,
So,
good call, good call.
I don't know. I'm sure he'll get a couple of spots. He'll send in the video of the PGA from Oak Hill, and they'll and demand a sponsor exemption, so he'll probably get a couple.
And that was a change this year, because they used to have 5 spots in which he could qualify. Stephen Alker, when he got out there, he did it the old-fashioned way. Monday qualified into an event in Seattle, top 10, got an invite the next week, top 10 the next week, and just kept on riding it out. And now he's been a guy who's won the Schwab Cup Championship, has had this amazing rebirth since turning 50, which is the dream for so many guys.
Yeah, that's a whole nother discussion, George. I'm more interested in Justin Rose's putt right here.
Ned, what are you reading this for Rose?
The higher he hits it, meaning up the hill, the more it's going to break. And if he takes it in a more direct route and it gets below the hole, it can really run away from you. So he's going to have to not quite go up to the fringe, but about halfway between the flag and the fringe.
Kind of lucky it's against the wind, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think the grandstand's not going to allow the wind to get here. Maybe the
that's a great putt.
Read it perfectly.
Yeah, that's a pretty good look at how steep that slope is right there. And you can see it from Justin's putt. It's up and then over. I think the wind is blocked a little bit. Being back into the wind has got to be helping you not get away from you at the end.
And it's gotten cold. Going to the jacket.
Well, it's only 4 o'clock, so it's not going to probably get any better.
Thank you for the uplifting thoughts.
Pulling for you.
Well, just because he saw it from Justin Rose doesn't mean that he knows exactly what to do, because he's actually running up the ridge line a little bit more. So I would expect Fitzpatrick to give this more break.
And he did. And more speed. And there's that little run out you were talking about. You just hate to leave yourself with too many of those, George. In a major championship, those little 5 and 6 footers with a little bit of outside the hole break, those will wear on you.
Turns into death by 1,000 paper cuts. It's just so much stress to put on your game and on your putter. At some point, you're going to break.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And if you don't break, you usually win the tournament.
And a huge gust is ripping right across the 7th. Just see if Scottie stays in there and backs off.
Yeah. Uphill, little right to left. Get the speed right.
Oh, he's got the speed right, and he's got back-to-back birdies. Wow.
The speed might have been a little aggressive, but you know what? It's perfect now.
Scheffler, 1 under. within 2 of the lead.
I think he thought that wind was holding it and more uphill. That ball was moving. But that's what the best players do. They make it when they make it when they make it.
With some pace to the back of the cup. Gets a smile out of that one.
You know, if you play golf long enough, you'll take those. I'm sure when he hit it, he was like, oh my gosh, I just killed it. And then it's going right in the middle of the hole, and you're like, thank you. This one right here are the ones you don't like. Ned, is the wind still whipping across that green?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And you said it, you hate to leave it. And that's exactly what you must be thinking here. He's got to put this outside the hole, and there's another big gust. Exactly what you don't want. Downhill, left to right, wind at your back.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you think of where the 12th green is, that's going to help this break even more from left to right.
Tough putt. That was really good commitment right there, because you have to really pick your line and commit to it and try to block all those other things working against you out. So good job.
7 consecutive pars for Matt Fitzpatrick.
Which normally you would say, well, kind of a slow start on the front 9, but from what we've seen so far, he's fine.
Got a blast from the past, who has just joined the lead at 3 under par. 7 players tied for the lead, including a past PGA Championship winner as Rose takes care of business. Martin Keimer, 3 under through 11. It was 16 years ago that he won the 2010 PGA Championship, also won the 2014 U.S. Open. Describe this hole, Scott.
Today, this hole is a par 3.5 plus. I mean, it's 245 down the hill, but with the way the wind's blowing, it's in left to right. I mean, just the hardest wind hitting downhill, probably playing plays down like 8 or 9, but then back into the wind is still playing a 250 shot. Pretty hard to deal with.
That stroke average just keeps ballooning. 3.54. Closer to a par 4 than a par 3 at this point.
Yeah, it was the hardest hole the last time they played here in the, well, when Keegan Bradley.
2018.
Yeah, 2018, yeah.
Just as many bogeys as pars.
It's not a shock. It's a hard hole anyway when the conditions are perfect. The green's not, other than the back right hole location, the green's not very, acceptable. It doesn't accept the shot very well. But
so we got a group on the green, and then there's still a group waiting to tee off ahead of us. Cameron Young 1 under, Justin Thomas 2 under, Keegan Bradley even. So while we have a bit of a waiting game to play, we'll step aside.
It's not an easy feat to kind of filter down to 20 and be here, and it's something that, you know, we appreciate with Corebridge and the PGA of America even giving us these opportunities, because literally we're fulfilling a dream.
It's the top of the dream pool. It's actually really hard to explain, you know, words just don't do it justice. You almost got to feel it to believe it.
Hello, how are you, Chris?
What's up, man?
It has been a little different. Get my own parking spot, which is pretty cool.
I think the whole experience of just having my family here, and actually as I was practicing, I kept hearing da 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 da, and I turned around and they told me they got Scheffler's autograph, so it was pretty important for them to tell me that.
These are my daughters. They designed my golf balls. This one says Bryce's #1, and it goes a lot farther, I can tell you that, with their love on it for sure. Yeah, it's just a good reminder of what matters.
Good luck this week.
Thank you.
And that's what makes this week extra special, is you can change your life in just a week.
As a Corebridge Financial Team of 20 leaderboard, as someone who grew up working in bag rooms, pro shops, or picking the range, those are the people that work the long hours from sun up to sundown and make this game so special across the country. 30,000 hardworking men and women, 20 of them in the field this week at the PGA Championship. And look at that, Michael Block, 1 under through 14. Can he find the magic once again when he finished 15th in 2023, currently in 14th, Scott?
Well, no telling, but you know what? 1 under this afternoon is a heck of a round, so good for him. He's obviously, as far as qualifying for this tournament and playing well in it, he's kind of figured out, unlocked the secret.
See if there are any maybe similarities to Oak Hill, old school layout. And once again, Michael Block playing well. There's the home of the PGA of America in Frisco. We're going to focus on the lag putting with our PGA of America professional Joe Hallett.
5, 4, 3.
George, Scott, you know what? I feel like I'm an expert at lag putting, because when I actually do hit the green, I am so far away from the flag that every putt seems to be a lag putt for me. I want to stress something so important. The average golfer, as we get out there, they think lag putt. Lag putt is about hitting at the right speed, but most of us in our brain go, I'm just going to cozy it on down there. What I've set up here is something that maybe as you're playing in your mind, I've got a stick, maybe that's about 2.5 feet past the hole. I want to make sure I at least kind of get it close to there, but that ball you see short, that's my job right here. That's my speed. I'm going to hit the ball so essentially it rolls towards that ball. And once it gets from there, it should pick up a little speed and get down there near the cup. Almost a little bit short, but a lag putt is not laying back, it's hitting at the right speed. And the better you get at those, you know, you're going to see 3 digits on the card go down to 2, and you're going to see birdies start to appear. Good luck.
Well, George, lag, he makes a good point. Lag is not really leaving it short. It's getting the right speed. But here we are, Justin Rose. We just saw this playing off that huge slope and judged that is a beautiful lag putt. It came up just short, but all you're worried about right there is the speed.
He just wanted to get it to tap in range.
Yes.
And that was mission accomplished.
And Matt Fitzpatrick was not quite as good of a lag putt and got a little aggressive and left himself with the ones you don't want to have.
A little frisky, and then Scottie Scheffler.
And there was no lag in this. This was a bullet.
That was a laser.
It was right in the middle of the hole, so he would have been 5 or 6 feet plus past the hole. So there's all kinds of ways to do it.
The waiting continues on the par 3/8. Scheffler 1 under, Fitzpatrick even, Justin Rose trying to walk off a couple bogeys. You're watching ESPN Plus.
Scottie Scheffler recently said the unsayable truth out loud.
I've literally worked my entire life to become good at this sport.
Oh my goodness, he did it.
I'm not out here to inspire the next generation of golfers. I'm not here to inspire somebody else to be the best player in the world, because what's the point? You know, this is not a fulfilling life.
Just a trained killer when it comes to golf.
I've spent my career profiling high-achieving athletes and seen only a handful who were both great and content.
We are watching one of the greatest careers in the history of the game.
Those rare athletes have the same thing in common. A moment of realization that this thing they've prioritized over every other thing in their lives is actually, in the cosmic sense, meaningless.
Now driving, Scottie Scheffler.
Enter Scottie Scheffler, who is asking the real questions now, the ones that matter.
That's something that I wrestle with on a daily basis. Why do I want to win this golf tournament so badly? I don't know. Because if I win, it's going to be awesome for about 2 minutes.
Very good athletes believe winning means everything. Transcendent ones believe that competing is the only thing that matters.
Scottie Scheffler wins in a runaway in the showdown at Charlotte.
For the sake of the feeling and not the result. To own the sacred moment, to channel my inner Phil Jackson. And Scottie has entered the rare temple of self-awareness.
This is not the place to look for your satisfaction. I would much rather be a great father than I would be a great golfer.
I don't know how many more majors he will win, but I bet he will grow happy into old age, enjoying the ones he did win, not obsessing over the ones he lost, playing catch or dress up with grandkids, in harmony, content.
There's the man who's making his final start of his 20s. Scottie Scheffler will turn 30 during the U.S. Open next month. World #1, 20-time PGA Tour winner, 4 majors. I thought the deeply unsatisfying comment was more just the game is a pursuit of perfection. And what Scottie is fueled and motivated by is the capacity to improve, and he enjoys the process and the journey from week to week. And you've known him for years and years and years. What's it been like now to see him get to this point, Scott?
Well, I mean, I didn't know him when he was little, but, you know, there's stories of him when he was, 7, 8 years old, wanting to play with the bigger kids and not even wanting to play the up tees, just play with him because he wanted to compete. And then, and Jordan is older than him, so wanting to hang with Jordan Spieth and compete against the big kids. And he's a tremendous athlete. He's kind of, in my opinion, he's kind of like, he might be the best athlete out there right now. He's kind of like the better version of Dustin Johnson. When Dustin Johnson kind of broke into the tour and so good, he could dunk a basketball and his wingspan was huge and just a natural. This guy's just a natural too.
I think what people don't realize, and Scottie is in such a comfortable place in his life with his wife and kids and family. And talking with his head coach, John Fields at University of Texas, he said, I can count on one hand the guys that I've had that are maniacal competitors that just have this never-ending thirst to not only compete but to try and dominate. And Scottie Scheffler has always had that since winning a U.S. Junior in college. He at times dealt with little physical growing pains and didn't quite have the dominant college career that he was maybe expecting to have, but we had an amazing freshman year, and overall I believe he won 3 times, including Big 12s during his time playing in Austin. But since then, we've seen that on full display, what he is like as a competitor. And while he has this everyman quality off the course, he is burning to win inside the ropes.
Oh, he's a killer. And it's funny because Randy Smith, I've known him forever. That's his teacher. And he's the one who said, oh, yeah, when he was 8 years old, he was, thought he was 13 and wanted to beat those kids. He goes, but he's good at everything he does. He goes, he works harder or he probably plays harder playing pickleball than he does golf, and gets more jacked up and more. He wants to win worse at that. So he's an unbelievable competitor. I mean, and I love it because he's got his own golf swing, and he beats to his own drum, and he is the best in the world.
245 yards to the hole on the par 3/8, which makes this so brutal. Partly is the length, and then he shoots a 41-foot drop.
Yeah, 13 yards downhill, but now the wind's blowing, 15 to 20 in your face left to right, which is just so uncomfortable for a right-handed player.
High plains drifter, a little right of the flag.
The front bunker. It's doable from there. It kind of depends on the lie.
If you wouldn't mind sending a St. Bernard and some sherry up here to the 8th tee, we would all appreciate it.
Yeah, you're putting on extra layers.
You better believe it. It's standing up here just about the highest point on the property, just getting blasted by the cold wind. Everybody was stretching, making practice swings, just anything they could to stay warm. This is going to be the 3-iron for Matthew.
It needs to be a low hook. And it looks like it is. This might be okay.
Climbs onto the
I'd say on the green. It's been the hardest green on this golf course for years to hit. So he's on the green. Very well done. It's hard to keep it low when you're hitting downhill 13 yards. You almost want the ball just to barely get above the grass level of the tee.
Those two guys standing next to each other were just in a playoff a month ago at the RBC Heritage. Matt Fitzpatrick birdied the first playoff hole to beat Scottie Scheffler.
Well, the birds of a feather flock together, George. They're both playing great, so they're playing together a lot.
Different story for Justin Rose today, 2 over.
And he spent quite a bit of time stretching his back and doing some exercises while we were standing here.
Leave it.
Headed to the left center of the green.
Holding it against the wind. Okay.
Another solid shot.
Yeah, those are very good shots there, George. I mean, it's hard to describe how difficult that shot is.
Justin Thomas, 2-time PGA Championship winner. He's now part of the party at 3 under. George Savaricas with 5-time PGA Tour winner Scott Verplank. Ned Michaels gets the Ironman Award. He's doing feature group coverage earlier this morning, and now back out with world number 1, Scottie Scheffler, number 4, Matt Fitzpatrick, and number 7, Justin Rose. Scheffler in the bunker. How doable is this, Ned?
Yeah, this is straightforward in a lot of ways. It's on the upslope. The sand this week, the players have been saying there's quite a bit of it in there, but it's not really all that heavy. It's kind of compacted. And when he's back into the breeze, he will get a little face full or an earful of sand anyway. But Scott, I think he could fly this if he wanted to all the way to the hole, or he could land it where he's standing now.
Yeah, I mean, you got the wind helping you as well. So if he likes the lie, then he has lots of options on how much or how little spin he wants to put on this shot. So he'll make up his mind, and I'll give you a chance to win your pizza back. I think he'll get it up and down.
But you keep making me bet against the world #1.
Well, that's why I'm sitting here and you're out there.
You're going to have 2 pizzas and a pitcher of beer here before we're done.
Well, I'll share it with you.
That's a deal. You can see him jumping. You won't be able to see the landing area. He will be able to see the top of the flag.
Yeah, he's going to definitely try to fly it most of the way.
Scheffler just made birdies on 6 and 7.
Too high.
Wind stuffed that one.
Sure did. Didn't come out as hot as he thought it was, obviously.
They drop a shot on the 8th unless the putter is able to bail him out. So Ned, right now 59 degrees. The app claims it feels like it's 52. What would you say?
No. I'd like a word with somebody. It feels like it did this morning in the upper 40s. And it's only going to get colder, as you were saying, Scotty. And you can see these dark clouds that keep the sun at bay. And we're starting to work towards looking at our watches about not finishing the round, but it's been a test.
Yeah, it's going to end up 5+.
And again, another one of those where you're kind of over the river and through the woods here.
It should come off the left side and breaking hard to the right at the end.
And picking up some speed in the last 12 feet. Right now.
Puts on the right blinker.
And he did a pretty good job from there in these conditions. And for the second hole in a row, Matt Fitzpatrick got a pretty good read off of Justin Rose.
It's like he was listening to Joe Hallett with that lag putt.
He very well might have been. They had enough time on the tee up there to listen to it.
But not a good sign for Justin Rose, and you have 8 straight holes with 2 or more putts.
No, that's not really a good sign for anybody.
Fitzpatrick starts on a better line.
Yep, kept it higher with
breaking
more
back
speed
towards the hole.
Oh, man. That would have been a great way to break his par streak.
The iron unkind to Matt Fitzpatrick as that rims out. Caught a lot of the hole.
It sure did. But I like his reaction. Calm. Nothing's going to bother you. You know, if those start going in, George, you'll be right there near the top of the pile.
These are the ones that, as you mentioned, his ascent on the greens. These are the ones that I feel like he has gotten better at, the grinding par putts. Just somehow seems to summon a little more focus on these.
Scheffler buries another one.
Wow. Great call, Ned. You know, what you said reminded me of, do you ever remember Tiger Woods missing a par putt when he had to have it? And those are the putts like that right there that keep your momentum. That's just as important as birdie in the previous 2 holes.
It's almost like they convince themselves that every putt they have to have if it's coming to dropping a shot.
No doubt. There's some extra grind when you got a tough one for par.
Shane Lowry putting out over on the 10th, so Rose a quick look over. Make par here, you're picking up something on the field. There's no doubt about that.
Over half a shot.
Good par for Rose. Two over on the quote easier 9, but the easier 9 playing over par. You just looked at to par. Not exactly a gimme the first 9 holes with how the wind is picked up.
No, and the hardest hole on the golf course is this one, and it's on the front 9, so it just kind of continually gets a little more strenuous.
Fitz, 8 consecutive pars. Will he snap the streak at the par 5 9th? First time we're seeing a par 5 with our featured group as you're watching ESPN Plus.
Welcome back to ESPN Plus, the featured groups channels. You're watching feature 1, which is Scottie Scheffler, Matt Fitzpatrick, and Justin Rose. You could follow 4 different feature groups on ESPN Plus. Watch your favorite players from tee to green on all 18 holes. Besides our groups, you have feature group 2 is Cameron Young, Keegan Bradley, Justin Thomas. Feature group 3, Chris Gotterup, Robert McIntyre, Tommy Fleetwood. And feature group 4 is Victor Hovland, Colin Morikawa. And it has Victor Hovland on here twice. I believe it is Chris Gotterup is with him. So anyways, this is where you got to watch the golf if you want to see the best players playing 18 holes every day. And now we're to Scottie Scheffler on the 9th tee. Left to right, downwind, George?
Downwind, you can ride it if you're going to play the fade. Bunkers on the left. They're there just for decoration on a day like this. Bunkers on the right. If you really catch one, you might be able to get there today.
Go green!
Another fairway hit. at that, George. These fairways are already firming up.
Imagine what it's going to be like Saturday, Sunday.
That ball will roll another several steps at least. Pretty good one.
Would avoid the bunker. Nope.
I'm sure he thought that was going to cut a little bit with the wind helping off the left.
Last man to go, Justin Rose.
Higher ball flight for Justin with the driver. 305 covers the bunkers. But again, downwind, and it plays a good 8 yards downhill.
Catch a piece.
And that nestles down in the rough. Longest hole on the property, 609 yards, tee to green.
Yeah, this is another one where they moved the tee back, but it was a lot more than 25 yards. I think it was more like 45. Long downhill off the tee, uphill to the green. With kind of, it's a reachable hole for most of these guys in normal conditions, but it's getting colder, windier. You're not going to get as much carry and help from the wind, even if it's behind you now. So I would say that Scottie can get really close. The other two look like they're laying up.
7 players tied for the lead. There's been one eagle, 32 birdies, and a quarter shot under par today.
Well, there's hardly a par 5 for these guys anymore. They can hit it so far. So that's where that's been that way for a long time. You know, Tiger Woods had one of the greatest careers, if not the greatest career of all time, destroying par 5s. So the best players in the world do that at this level.
Got a good stat from our research team. 7 players tied for the lead, including Martin Kaymer. Kaymer hasn't had a top 10 in a major in 10 years since the 2016 PGA Championship. Last major victory was a couple years before that in 2014.
It's hard to explain. I mean, you can go, you know, life changes, your golf game changes, but I don't know if he had any indication that he would start off like this. And this is a hard day. So if you're unsure, you're not going to play very well.
It's been a good 13 holes. We'll see if
yeah, long way to go.
His name has staying power beyond round number 1 into Saturday and Sunday. All right, let's go back to PGA of America HQ in Frisco, Texas. Joe Hallett on how to play approach shots out of the rough.
Well, guys, I think you just said the biggest word, out of the rough. You got to get out of the rough first. And one of the things that happens during the practice rounds that you'll see a lot of players doing is they'll throw balls into the rough. Yeah, they hit it down the fairway. It's fine. The fairway's fine. They'll throw balls in the rough, and they kind of want to find out, if this makes sense, what their maximum club to get the ball out of the rough is. Now, they're all strong enough to maybe hit a 4-iron, but I got to tell you, the 4-iron doesn't have enough loft, and if I hit that, I'm going to be lucky if it gets out of there. You got to get something that's going to get the ball up a little bit and above the grass. If I come in here, I've got an 8-iron. I know that'll do it, but a 6-iron, I'm going to get something that's got enough loft that if I swing, I can at least get the ball airborne and going towards the target. Find out what your max club is in the rough, and when you set up, open the blade a little bit. Just make sure it gets out of the rough and flying, and then you're on your way.
Here's where they ended up. Scheffler, driver's seat, 284 in. A lot of lies like that. Talking with guys when I was walking the course Monday, Tuesday, I said 65% chance it's settling down and you're just hacking out, 35% chance you can draw a lie.
Yeah, I think it looked, it looked a little patchy when I first looked around, but since it rained a little bit, that thickens it up just enough until it dries out again. So yeah, if there's moisture on the leaf's going to collapse easier. The ball's going to go down further in the grass. So not working out. I'm happy to see it. If you miss a fairway, you pay the penalty. The fairways are huge here, but you got to drive it. I think that's one great thing for major championship golf. Fortunately for Justin Rose, it's a par 5, and he can chop it out and still hit another good shot and have a good chance to make a birdie.
And in Matthew Fitzpatrick's mind, he would have said, I hit the fairway. Hit it exactly where I wanted to for the most part.
Yeah.
Now he's got this ugly looking thing. How about that lie?
So it didn't skirt the bunker, but wound up in the rough and just hacking it up.
Yeah, I mean, as hard as these guys swing, when you can only get that out of the punching out of the rough with a lofted iron, that's a bad lie.
It's like a U.S. Open reaction.
He's going to have 160 or 70 yards left in for his third.
Well, got a great chance to keep his par streak alive.
Which he's probably thinking is a real feather in my cap.
Yeah, which he's irritated with now.
I'll make sure to tell him that you got a chance for another par.
Yeah, thank you.
That should park him right up.
30 short. I think 156. 130 maximum. We'll get us a crosswalk. Just no diamond loss.
Well, this is an opportunity to make a mental error or prove why you're a major champion and an Olympic gold medalist. And that's exactly what he's done. He took all of the bunkers out of play.
I mean, George, you could really dig deep and say this is a chance to find out how my new clubs really work. Because I probably hadn't hit a shot trying to get the right distance out of a squirrely, rough lie and see if they are the same. And it looks like it worked out okay for him.
Scottie in the go zone to get there in 2.
Yes, sir. Ball a little bit below his feet, but that's okay. He can aim to the left side of the green.
Is there some help, Ned?
There's a little help. It's hard to feel down here because we're actually on a low point in the property. So you have to turn around and you look at the 17th grandstand, and then there aren't many flags, just the American flag and a couple over on the 9th green that you can see from down here. But if you try to fly it on the green, I don't know that you can hold it. You're going to have to try to flight something down and hopefully land it 10 or 15 yards short and let it bounce up on the green.
Yeah, and it's uphill another 11, 12, 13 yards, so it'll play every inch of it.
Interesting study with the guys walking up ahead of him. They're hugging the left-hand side, now turning around. Clear things for Scottie in his second shot to the par 5.
His target is the television tower.
Just to the right of those 2 big trees over the green. Side hill lie. That'll help him cut it.
Lost track of that one, but we'll.
It's just in the fairway, short of the green. It took a soft first bounce and didn't quite crawl all the way up there.
Scottie Scheffler was 1 over through 5 and kicked it into gear starting here at the 6th.
Yeah, played a beautiful little knockdown. You know, kind of one of those 1 ounce. You start checking shots that normally you don't play from that far, but that's really the only shot he had.
Scheffler would go on to knock that in. And the putter has been heating up today. This was from outside 38 feet for birdie. Very next hole.
Yeah, he was kind of in the trough, which is good, and he felt confident, and he smoked that right in the back.
So Scheffler, 47 feet of putts made on those 2 holes, and then he had a 14-footer for par on the 8th.
Yeah, and a player of his caliber, best player in the world, you grind on those and you just figure out a way to get it in the hole.
1 putt, 1 putt, 1 putt. 6, 7, and 8, 2 under in that span. Over 60 feet of putts.
Yeah, just those little stats right there just show me if he can get his iron play dialed in a little bit more. He's just barely missing left. If he gets that dialed in, then look out. But he and Rory are guys that could win this tournament with their feet game, so, and it's a long way to go, so he'll be there near the end, I would guess.
Scottie was 6-6 hitting fairways and then found it on the 9th, so a perfect 7 for 7 on the front 9.
It's a good way to play on a golf course where being in the fairway is really important.
56. The number we want.
My math for Rosie says 166. Uphill, give it 8. Maybe even a little bit more.
Yeah, I would say a solid 8.
Let's call it 175 just for easy math. But you cannot be long here. There's gnarly stuff, deep rough, long and right.
Cut it in there. Just a little short. Okay. I mean, you really can't. I mean, you're unfortunately after you have to can only advance at 150 yards. You're kind of, you're playing against the house trying to make a birdie.
And it's unnerving because you can't see the landing area, so it's a little bit of a guessing game, and you don't want to carry it to the center back. This seems to have a little bit more velocity, but on the same line.
And it did. Good call. Good shot. 25 feet, pin high.
And Scheffler, they have him at just 37 yards away.
Yeah, we kind of, well, if he's just short in the fairway, this is where he excels.
This is where Scottie cooks.
Yeah, I mean, this is how you separate yourself and become the best player.
And he's on a little bit of an upslope. So when the ball comes into the green because he's below the putting surface, it's going to come in with just a couple of skids, but because the lie is so tight, he can put the brakes right on it.
Oh yeah, and everything's sloping back towards him. A little left to right, but mainly back into him. So like George said, this is where he cooks.
You take good money on him getting it up and down just about every time, and you might even say I'll take the odds on him chipping in more than he'll ever not get it up and down.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I just, if it's more than 6 or 7 feet from here at the most, he would not be that thrilled with it.
It's been the best season of his career when it's strokes gained around the green, and I misspoke earlier. Brandt Snedeker leads the PGA Tour. Scottie Scheffler's number 2 in that category. So Scheffler, who's always had a good short game and has been a top 10 or top 20 short game guy this year, has even taken it to another level.
Well, he hadn't as many greens, and his proximity is hadn't his irons as good as he has the last 3 years.
Well, the weird part is he's number 1 in greens and regulation, so he hasn't hit them as close.
Right. But okay, well, still, he's not as close. He's probably missed greens that he wouldn't have missed the previous 3 years, so he's chipping more.
Ned, I was blown away because you see strokes gained approach, he's 42nd, and then I looked at his GIR, and he's number 1. So it means Scottie's used to to getting it in there tight, and you would think from this distance that would be the case.
George, I was told there would be no math in this broadcast. That's, you know, sometimes you look at the strokes gain and that's about all you can do.
Yep.
He's going to wait for Sam Stevens, who's playing his approach shot over at the 18th. He nearly flew it in the hole. Give this about 4 feet of break from right to left. And if you run it past the hole, that's okay, because it's a flat putt almost a little bit back up the hill. You can be aggressive here.
I think you will fly it at least halfway and then start checking it. That's what he did, and there's the check stop. Look out. There you go, George. The greens are getting just a little bit firmer and faster.
Had that glide on it going past the hole. Good.
Yeah, it was supposed to grab right there, that third bounce, and it just kind of kept releasing.
Scottie's got about 15 feet for birdie. How cool is that clubhouse? The stone face to it.
Yeah, I know the golf course is forever old. Hell, is the clubhouse just as old as the actual golf course, or is it older?
So the club was founded in 1896. 1926, they bought the 300 acres here.
For the golf course.
For the golf course to move, because like a lot of the really old school clubs, they had a smaller course that was
right.
The old style steeplechase almost layout, closer to downtown Philly. They bought more land out here to build a bigger ballpark. That's when Donald Ross came in. They opened in 1928, and that's when they built that clubhouse.
Well, it is 1928 style, and it's back in fashion.
Birdie putt for Rose, Net.
And you better be defensive, because if you run it 2 feet past, it's going 7 feet past.
Pretty good effort.
The 2-putt streak continues for Justin Rose. He goes out in 2 over 37.
Well, he is a veteran who has been through all levels of this game, so I doubt he's too upset. He's just going to remain patient and keep playing. You know, he's been through this washing machine so many times that he's not going to be too riled up about it.
And I think the way he managed that hole tells you everything about where he is mentally. He's still there to lay it back, center of the green. He knows the operation. He understands the mission. He could have forced something with that second shot and turned this into a bogey or worse.
I agree.
I'll tell you what, this is a edgy hole location. A couple more feet to the right, and it just drops right off the edge of the green. So again, you're going to see this one, I suspect, just limping its way to the front of the edge of the cup. Relatively straight.
Really good putt at it there. And you're right. They were trying to get it to break to the right, and it just wasn't going to do it.
And guess what, George? You said it. He had the opportunity to make another par. If he knocks it in, frankly, it'd be a good par.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good.
This would be a heat check for Scheffler with the putter.
And it's a tough read because, again, this looks like it wants to go from right to left, but I could see it hanging out on the right edge.
To close the front nine with 4 consecutive 1-putts.
A little disappointing for him, but solid opening 9.
One under 34.
Playing left to right break. And look at that, right there where it looks like it should go to the right, it wiggled left. Don't play here very often. You know, only 3 times in the last 60-something years, so guys don't know the little secrets like they do week in, week out. Playing the same holes and courses over and over.
Matt Fitzpatrick at even pars, picking up almost 2.5 shots in the field with a scoring average around 72.5. Justin Thomas, one of the players in this later wave, who's making a move. The kick and birdie on the second. A couple holes later, more from Justin Thomas. Uphill birdie putt. Too deep after 4. 4 holes ahead on the 8th. You're not supposed to make birdie on this par 3.
I saw this shot, George. This was phenomenal.
One of the hardest holes on the course to make birdie on.
And it's playing harder now than it's played all day, so what a 2.
He's just one of 5 birdies made. That is tied for the fewest on any hole at Aronimink. 6 players tied for the lead. 2 of them are on the course, Martin Keimer and Justin Thomas. Shane Lowry, 2 under through 11. Scottie Scheffler in 15th with Jordan Spieth and Brooks Koepka. I saw a Brooks Koepka stat. He was #1 tee to green today and 127th in strokes gained putting, and he still shot a 1 under 69.
And I think that's what he did last week. You were at the Myrtle Beach tournament. I think he did the same thing there.
#1 tee to green and 62nd in putting.
Well, if he can get his putter dialed in, he's going to be right there.
If he had his putter dialed in, he'd win this by 5. How good he's been hitting the ball.
Yeah, obviously he is striking it.
You make the turn, and this course immediately shows some teeth. Par 410.
Difficult hole all the way around. Tough tee shot. It does help the wind's blowing right to left. It is a little in, but right to left helps you keep it in the fairway for a right-hander. Maybe too much. Pretty far back right there. This is a difficult hole. George, Ned, you're down there. This green, it's hard to hit the fairway and then hard to hit the green, but this green has got to be the most difficult green on the whole golf course to putt.
Yeah, you would certainly think that's the case. This in the 11th. 11th is pretty tough as well. That green is crazy. Fitzpatrick now.
Very important to hit the fairway on the 10th. One of the few holes with a penalty area on it, and you have to work it around that pond. Rose needs to get it in the fairway here. George, hitting it out of the rough to this green complex is impossible. Oh boy.
Another missed fairway.
He had another one of those that just kind of hopped up and then backwards, and those usually just go right to the bottom.
Scheffler, the only man in red figures at 1 under. He's in 15th. You see Fitzpatrick at even par and Justin Rose at 2 over. It's the top of the Philadelphia Art Museum, a bronze statue. Rocky never threw a real punch, never won a real fight, but in Philly, he's the most visited man in town. Taking a look at this stretch of holes 10 through 12 at Aronimink Golf Club. First hole with water in play, really in play, would be the par 4 10th, 472 yards. That hole is a beast. 20 bunkers on the 11th. 20 out of the 174 total at Aronimink Golf Club come on the 11th.
Yeah, and the 11th has just an unbelievably difficult green complex, too. Very interesting hole.
And then the par 4 12th combined 29 under at the 2018 PGA Tour event. So take a closer look at the 10th.
Yeah, the 10th playing back into the wind. If the weather was good or the things were normal, guys could drive it down this hill, and it makes this hole quite a bit shorter, but I don't think anybody can get it over the hill today. And they'd move the tees back here a good 30-something yards to use the same tee box as the first tee. So they've just made this hole that much harder. It's already one of the hardest holes on the course. This hole location is not bad if you play to the middle of the green, but if you miss the green right, very little chance of getting it up and down. Scottie is way back there. You back with us, Ned? Doesn't sound like it.
I am back.
All right.
Scott was getting worried.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't know what happened to you.
He has really bad separation anxiety.
I stopped for a burger and a mink.
Yeah.
I thought you might have got more clothes.
There we go. There's my guy, Ned Michaels.
I mean, Scottie's got to have a 5-iron in here.
I think that's exactly what he has in his hands, and he's on a big-time upslope. Yeah. So it'd be easy to pull it, and if the wind catches it, you could really see this going left. But he does have a nice visual shape one around the tree. This is headed to the left center of the green.
And that's an excellent shot. This whole location right here, if you miss it to the right, Ned, you're done.
Koepka missed it there earlier today, and he did indeed make bogey. Now this is a squirrely little thing here for Rose. You can see he just was trying to gouge it out. 2 in a row. That's all he had. Just a smart play.
See where the ball ended up, just in the fairway.
Yeah, the ball seems to really be sitting down in the rough so far for Justin Rose.
The sky blue is 5 notes. Even just a hair after that, it's fine. Yeah. These flags are still coming. Yeah. All right. Yes, I am.
Just under 200 yards all the way to the flag. This is going to be a pounded 6-iron.
Well, I would have to say it better be. Okay, barely enough, but not an easy 2-putt from right there.
PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. Remember playing PGA Junior Series events back in the day?
Absolutely. The PGA Junior Championship was a huge event, even back in the, late 70s, early 80s. You got to travel somewhere to go play. As a 16-year-old, that's pretty cool.
And then for you, it was what, 4 years later? Is it, were you 20 or 21 when you went on the PGA Tour's name?
21.
So you're able to legally celebrate your victory at the Western Open.
Well, I think the beer age was still 18 back then.
Many moons ago.
Yes.
1985 at Butler National.
They had the rip tab on the beers back then at the top.
There's no telling what they were.
And just a quick correction, a clerical correction. It was a 5-iron. I just confirmed with Matthew Fitzpatrick. So he tried to flight something down.
Yeah, it's just Just by the length of those drives, Ned, that shows you how hard the wind's blowing. I mean, the guy's only hit at 275, and it's downhill.
Earlier in the week, we watched Adam Scott hit a lob wedge in here.
Yeah, get it over the hill, hit it 300 and something and over the hill, and you're way down there.
Should go one down to stop. Well, I think you've got 430. Okay. I'm very happy with that 430.
Well, when Justin comes out to the practice area, he always starts with a bunch of one-handed, left-handed, one-handed, right-handed wedges. He's trying to make sure that he has control of the face on these short ones, and then he slowly progresses up in yardages. With the wind, I would give this just about 95 yards.
And you got to have full commitment on this shot because he really wants to get it in there close and save a par.
You heard him say one bounce rather, and then stop.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Stop. Oh, and it did. Wow.
That was literally about a foot from being about 30 yards away again.
Dangerous line to take right at this hole location.
Hey, Georgie.
What do you got, man?
How do you think Scottie Verplank's NIL value would be back in the day if he were an amateur or college player? Imagine that dollar sign.
Are we talking post-Western Open?
I mean, think about it. He would have stayed in college for another 7 years or something.
6 or 7 figures. What would it have been?
You know, gentlemen, I don't deal in hypotheticals.
We'll take it from here.
Yeah, so you just keep blabbering. Go ahead.
He would have been covered head to toe like a NASCAR driver with all those endorsements.
You know, these guys have pretty good NIL deals on the PGA Tour now too, so that's one thing I love about Scottie Scheffler is he just doesn't want a bunch of extra commitments, so he's not covered up with logos because he wants to spend time with his family and the things he wants to do. So you got to like him for that.
10 names on the first page of the leaderboard. Only 2 have an American flag next to them. Justin Thomas, one of the 6 co-leaders at 3 under. Patrick Reed is 2 under through 12. I heard someone at lunch just talking about odds and pre-tournament. I believe Patrick Reed was in the ballpark of 82-1. And now he's one off the lead.
This is, George, this would be almost European weather right now, right? I mean, you think about going to play in Europe, you know, Scottish Open, British Open. This is it. And Patrick Reed had a great start to the year on the European Tour. The DP World Tour, sorry.
Playing on the DP World Tour, trying to get one of those 10 spots for players not already qualified for the PGA Tour at the end of the year to make his return to the PGA Tour, similar to Brooks Koepka. What do we have here for Fitzpatrick?
Well, it's an interesting putt because it's relatively flat, but all the way uphill. And right about there,
it hit the brakes.
It was supposed to start braking, but it's almost like he hit it heavy.
He might have in the wind.
Can you fat a putt?
Oh yeah, you can. I have a lasting memory of this hole. We played here. I played here in the Tigers tournament, and I just played great the week before and putted awesome. And this is my first hole, and I 4-putted this green. So this green, it's even for me, it's hard for me to even look at this green on the television screen. It's just like, you want to talk about deflating.
Guessing that was the 2010 AT&T National?
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, so I walked up on it earlier.
The week before you had lost in a playoff to Bubba at the Travelers.
Right, and putting great. So anyway, I have a hard time. Every putt on this green is difficult. But this one is makeable, right, Ned?
This one is makeable, and they say elephants never forget, neither does Scott Verplank. Watch how much this breaks the last 6 feet.
Up the speed.
Scottie Scheffler rattles it in.
How about this putting performance? Actually, all day, really. I mean, it's been fantastic.
Been the best putting season of his career. He has been on fire with the putter today.
And another one with speed.
Scheffler within one of the lead.
Well,
from 28 feet out. This is shaping up to be one of the best putting rounds of his career. Already has close to 100 feet of putts made through 10 holes.
That could be some sort of record. You know, and what's funny, 7 holes ago, we were saying, oh, he bogeyed the fourth. This could be another difficult
That was me. Yeah.
Thursday. No, I was with you.
Shame on me.
No, he'd already hit a couple of shots he didn't like.
And Ned, you're saying Scott's like an elephant. Well, when you have the trauma of a 4-putt on your first hole of a tournament, I don't think you can ever forget that.
That'll leave a mark.
Yeah,
You're right.
you always remember the bad stuff, never the good stuff. This is a
This
big
needs
putt.
to have some pace. Steady. Oh.
10 in a row.
What another par save.
Matt Parman Fitzpatrick.
You know, I've played, I'm sure you guys have done that, but I've played like this where you make all these pars and you're doing okay, but you feel so frustrated because you're not getting to play offense. You're just playing in neutral. And he's playing fine, really. It's an interesting mindset.
Well, it's, Ned, one of those days you have to level set and realize that if you just protect par, then you've done your job in this first round.
Old man par. It's nice when he's relevant.
Oh, it is. But my point was, you almost feel better if you made a bogey and a birdie because at least something happened good. You know, if you just keep making pars, it's like, okay,
come on, do something.
Yes, do something. Show some spark.
Justin Rose would love a 4 par here. It feels like it wants to squirt right early, but it won't.
To avoid his third bogey.
There. Oh.
Just strips it in for par.
Later in the week, then they look back and realize how big of a par save that was. If he goes on and plays well.
That was a working man's par for sure.
Here's the unique 11th hole. It is downwind, so the drive should not be too difficult. But boy, is this green. It's got so much going on. Severe slope from back left to front right. And if it comes off, it gets in the middle of the green and starts rolling back towards the front. It rolls 30 to 40 yards off the green, about 20 to 25 feet below the green. So you could play kind of, Annie over here on this green.
They had gotten down to 74 bunkers, but Gil Hanse, as it's playing under par for the field so far this first round. Gil Hanse saying the square footage of the bunkers is the same. What had become one large bunker broke it up into 3 individual smaller bunkers, thinking that more challenging lies could be in play as when it comes to footing or etc. based on how a ball ends up in one of 3 bunkers versus just one long bunker, it would funnel to a flat area. That was the theory that he posed on why the bunkering could actually be a little more difficult now.
And for these guys at this level at the major championship, I agree with that 100%. The rest of the time, I don't know how much I'd enjoy it.
Scheffler's enjoyed hitting driver today.
A little surprised that that's the club he's selected. 271s to the bunkers down the left.
I think he can carry those. I know he can carry them.
My sunshine, Scottie Scheffler.
It's a big wide fairway, but if you miss it, you pay the price.
Yeah. And it's perfect.
Come on, we're talking about Scottie Scheffler. You think he's going to miss a fairway today? He's 9 for 9.
And he's got the perfect angle from right there, straight up the throat of the green to where the hole location is on the back left. It's Scottie Scheffler's footwork, but it's the same. I mean, he just moves the ball however he wants to. The best hand-eye coordination in golf, and it's the same swing he's had since he was 10 years old.
Fitzpatrick to follow.
That's good if you like money.
Yeah, that looked perfect. A little more of the bullet fade too.
And he is past Scheffler.
This was the $100 long drive hole, right?
And look at his modern move here, the left side.
That is it. I think I would fall down. I know I would fall down, but that is the modern. It is the modern move. Get that left hip out of the way as soon as you get to a certain point of weight shift. Get that left hip out of the way as fast as possible.
Used to be swing around the left hip.
Yes.
Now let's open it up, swing through it.
Yep.
Careful.
Hang on.
Careful here.
He's got the high rights going.
Oh, how about that bounce?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good. He needed it.
Scheffler, Fitzpatrick, Rose, all in the fairway. Scoreable. Approach shots to this 11th hole. Scottie Scheffler back on 10. How good is that? The world #1. You hear those footsteps, and he wasn't the only one rolling it in. Fitzpatrick saving par. Justin Rose says not so fast, a par of his own.
The course doesn't move. The opponent does, ahead, behind, around the course, up and down the leaderboard. Both are the enemy. Not either or, yes and. To win a major, you'll have to beat the course and your fellow competitors.
Certainly been the case day one at Aronimink Golf Club. 7 players tied for the lead in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania, and Scottie.
Good things come to him. I just presume he's going to be somewhere around it at the end of the week.
How about Dan Brown, the Englishman, a PGA Tour rookie, came off the DP World Tour last year. He was actually 11th among the players not already exempt for the PGA Tour. Laurie Cantor went to live, so he moved up to the 10th spot, got a card over here on the PGA Tour, and then did this on the 11th. He went eagle par birdie in a 3-hole stretch, ignited his round on the back 9, all part of a 2-under 68.
That is the way to handle the 11th green.
Guys just doing some cardio, getting their steps in. Fitzpatrick and Scheffler going different directions here.
Well, Scottie walked all the way up. Now Fitzpatrick He's jogging, and the 45-year-old Justin Rose says, I'm going to save a little energy here, boys.
Yeah, it's a young man's game to run to the top of the hill.
Hey, if you're Matt Fitzpatrick and the best player in the world walks up to the green, then what are you doing just standing there? Of course, if you're 45-year-old Justin Rose, you're like, I'm fine.
I've already been #1 in the world, guys.
I've already won here 16 years ago. He knows how to play this course. Back then when Rose won, it was the second PGA Tour win of his career. He was 29 years old, just about to turn 30. Scottie Scheffler, 29, about to turn 30 next month.
Well, is it a coincidence or is it set in the stars?
But this cluster of balls all near each other, Ned.
How about that? Justin with a nice kiss off the back shoulder of the bunker. And one of the most imposing 100-yard shots you'd ever see.
Trying to bring it in low and skip it.
A big bounce. He got it.
No, it's not going to stay. Since it's downwind, I don't think this is going off the green.
Still going.
But it's going to get really close to the front. It needs to stop now. Oh boy. That's literally a foot, 2 feet from being halfway back to Justin Rose.
As Donald Ross intended.
Yeah, I think. Right? Yeah. So it's been a little less than my position. So we say we're I think if you hit a 90 shot here, really been below. So I think it's going to take. You know what I mean?
Should he ran up and checked out the green? Is that why?
He might have. I think you're just trying to get a visual because it's such a big slope and you have to bring. It's going to come in low and it's going to have to skip.
I was saying for Rose not running up.
No, I know. Well, yeah, I know, but maybe he should have.
And the locals will tell you can play it more left than you think you can. And
yes,
while it's a little bit risky if you fly it all the way to the hole and long left, you've got a backstop, and that's the way to play it. This needs to go and get a bounce as well.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, the skipper back there.
Abbreviated finish there. He brought it in really low.
Heck of a shot by Scheffler.
Yeah, you know, the guy has great trajectory control, which equates into great distance control.
Watch that first hop.
Oh, it was huge. I mean, he hit it hard with a lot of spin to stay down.
Yeah. Well, if you go with that nice, just maybe that guy sat down and you back in. Yep.
And so helpful if you're Fitzpatrick to have seen Rose come up a little short and then Scottie deliver. You have the line and the vision in your mind.
Yep.
Just a little bit higher than Scheffler's, a little deeper.
Oh, okay. That'll work. I think he felt like he hit it too far in the air, but that one grabbed pretty fast.
Good one by Fitzpatrick as well. Scheffler will have a birdie putt for a share of the lead at 3 under.
Yep. Which, you know, it shouldn't be a surprise, but amazing how he's gotten here so far.
Well, and this is one of those days where he has gotten the most out of his round. If he was putting average, he'd maybe be 1 or 2 over. But he has been lights out with the putter. And thanks to that stretch starting on 6, Scheffler's now gotten to the point where he's been 3 under his last 5 holes. Could add his 4th circle on the card of the day and become one of this co-leaders in this big bunch 6 at the moment that are tied at 3 under par.
Yeah, and I think he's probably relieved that he's not going to have a sorry Thursday unless he falls apart from here. You know what's funny? Those 2 shots, you know, Matt Fitzpatrick didn't like his as much and ended up pretty good. But the difference in their 2 putts for birdie, Scottie's straight uphill, very little break, maybe a little left to right. Matt's downhill, side hill, much more difficult putt.
Hey, talking about his Thursday struggles. George, remember 2014 when Rory was going through what they called Freaky Fridays, where he was struggling on Fridays, but once he finally figured it out, he went on a tear, won 3 consecutive events, including PGA Championship, the Open, and the World Golf Championship.
I do remember when he ripped off 3 straight.
Just saying, Scottie might be able to do something similar. If Justin wanted to, he could take this all the way to the back of the green and use the backstop and the slope. It would take it to the cup.
Do you think he wants to?
It's gonna just try out.
Okay.
That was the struggle.
Yeah, that's such a hard putt right there, because if you don't get it all the way to the back and it stops 6 feet above the hole, now you're really making it difficult.
That's right. At least he's putting up the hill here.
Yeah.
You were talking earlier, Scott, about Patrick Reed and how well he's played in Europe. And as we were coming down 10, I was thinking to myself, it feels like a proper English day. Not Scottish, English. Heavy clouds,
yeah,
cool breeze, and it's this old style golf course. It does. You could convince me that we're an hour south of London.
Yeah, I agree. It is kind of it's more of an English day, not a Scottish one.
11 feet for birdie for Fitzpatrick.
It's quick, but
it's got to have a lot of break in it, doesn't it?
It does, but he can be aggressive with it. I know that sounds a little counterintuitive, but
wreck his scorecard if he knocks this in.
And again, the 12th green is essentially directly behind him. So if we believe in that legend here at the club, then this one won't be quite as fast as we think. Just waiting for a gust to sweep through. There it goes.
Recommit to his line. He's a little deflated. He really wanted to get off that par straight.
Fell in love with the line, didn't have the speed.
George, I'm starting to believe you're a little legend, though, because that wasn't as fast as I thought. And if it was directly away from the 12th green, makes sense. I'm sorry, Dad, I said George, but George has owned it now.
That's right. George is the one spreading rumors.
Well, the 11th is slower than every other green on the course because of how severe it is. The PGA of America and Kerry Haig has said that. There's a scoring average by round. 3 shots higher in the first round. Only a round of the year where Scheffler's averaged over 70, 70.3. And then the final round and the third round, he's first on PGA's Tour, 67-2, which is great.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he just averages 67.2 on the weekend.
How much is this going to move?
Depends on how hard he hits it, but I'm telling you, this is going to be quick. Deceivingly fast.
Scheffler for birdie and a share of the lead. You bet.
That is quite a run right there the last 7 holes. Made a couple of normal type birdies and then a couple of bombs, so I guess, you know, he doesn't look phased at all, does he?
He looks where he expected to be through 11 holes at the PGA Championship.
And word is out because it is starting to feel like a major championship. The gallery is starting to swell and they are getting quite boisterous.
The word's out on the streets. Come watch the world #1 as he's tied for first. You can tell these Philly golf fans. It's Justin Rose salvages par. They are going to be ready to roar this weekend when it's sunny and temperatures are in the 80s Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, I think it is supposed to be quite a bit warmer there. They'll have huge crowds, I'm sure.
Scottie Scheffler, Justin Thomas, Potgieter, Jaeger, Minwoo Lee, Satsune. Corey Connors is 3 under through 14. 7 tied for the lead. Martin Keimers dropped a shot, so he is 2 under through 16. Shane Lowry 2 under through 13. Xander Schauffele with a really nice start is round to 2 under 68. All right, birdie hole on 11. What do we got on the 12th though, Scott?
Well, because it's playing downwind, it's not playing that difficult. I mean, guys, you know, driving at 300 out there in the fairway, you have a short, basically short iron in, accessible hole location, back left with the wind helping right to left. The only no-no is missing it to the left. It'd be a very difficult up and down if you miss the screen to the left.
Mini driver guy, let's go. Could even make it to the second shot. He's already bounced.
Yeah. So it looks like Scotty's not even, he looks like he's hitting mini driver.
Scott. Right edge of the farthest bunker up here.
Which I think he uses as his 3-wood as well.
What do you think of that being in vogue now?
Well, I think that it would be hard to have a head that big with that little loft to get it off the ground, but these guys swing it so hard now and the ball explodes up off the face that it's kind of the way to go. It's kind of like the 9-wood instead of a rescue.
Scheffler.
Dinner's ready!
Trying to turn this over.
Should be okay. Ooh, just barely.
10 for 10.
Yeah, I think that's a lot further back than he was trying to hit it, though.
We love you as well.
The bunkers that they're trying to avoid, 305 down the right side, but there's a squatty little tree down the left side called the Rumsey tree, named for one of the members here, Adam Rumsey, who not quite like the Eisenhower pine at Augusta, the old one, but apparently if you hit it over there, you make bogey every time.
Oh, there you go. He's headed towards it.
That tree right there.
And he's right up by it.
Looks like he's right behind him.
You know, if he's lucky, he might get to the left of it, but I don't know.
Mr. Rumsey knows. Not to be overlooked, by the way, is the fight that Justin Rose is putting together.
Yeah, I mean, 2 great par putts on the last couple holes. I mean, really kind of almost the feel of must-haves.
He's battling.
Light the candle, Justin!
Amazing break for Justin Rose through the tree in the trampled down area. We'll have a playable second. Scottie Scheffler all day. He's been playing from the fairway. That's why he's a co-leader at Aronimink for round 1 of the PGA.
true or false moments in Phillies sports history. Phillies fans threw batteries at Cardinals outfielder J.D. Drew.
I would believe that was true, unless it was not batteries and something worse.
That is so outlandish, it has to be true.
I wouldn't put it past them. It's nothing against Philly fans. Luckily, I've been on the good side.
There was a courtroom and a jail under Veterans Stadium.
Oh, I think that's false.
That is actually true.
True? Wow. This must be bad.
An Eagles fan was arrested.
True.
For punching a police horse.
A police horse? That's gotta be true.
That is true.
Dang. From San Diego, man, this is tough.
Answer stands.
That is correct. It is true.
I haven't heard the fan side of the story, though.
In 2001, Ty Domi fought Flyers fans inside the penalty box.
Yeah, hockey, true. They love a fight.
Yeah, those fans seem like they'd end up inside the penalty box. Yeah, true.
I gotta look that up. That sounds awesome.
Eagles fans already here at Aronimink. How about that match of logos? You got the Eagles, you got Augusta up top. Almost looks like Nick Sirianni there.
Yeah, he must be a Jordan Spieth fan. He's got his little Under Armour on too, so he probably doesn't know Jordan's a huge Dallas Cowboys fan.
How would you describe the fans in Philadelphia, Scott?
You know, I would think that it depends on what time of day it is. I think from here to the house, they're going to be pretty boisterous, like we just heard off this tee. But hey, they're passionate. I mean, and they love the Eagles and the Phillies and the Flyers.
Scottie Scheffler, only player to hit 100% of fairways. He is 10 for 10
just left the card
in this first round.
Yeah, right on the edge of that little bushy. Perfect. Yeah.
Good way to approach it.
It seems like he's a good way back, man.
$192 all the way to the flag, but you couldn't have placed it in terms of angle any better. He's in the far right of the fairway, and the whole location's in the far left of the green. Off of a little bit of an upslope, ball above his feet, and he has the wind out of the right.
Yeah, well, the only miss here, Ned, is left.
Cannot be left, cannot be long.
You're right. Left and longer equivalent. Like a 6-iron.
It is.
Kick left. All right. Good shot, Scotty. Good shot.
Okay. I think he gave it a little extra hold on there, and he didn't hit it quite his normal, really solid, because he did not want to miss it left. Still in there just a little bit.
It had a little muffled sound to it, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, his only bad misses today have been pulled iron shots, and this, obviously he knows you can't pull an iron shot on this particular hole.
Well, Mr. Fitzpatrick beat Mr. Romsey. He does have a window. He has the bunkers, these fairway bunkers in front of him. He has to carry it 100 yards to cover those. You got to go under this first tree and around the second. A very Linksy style shot.
Yeah, and his lie is semi-clean?
Semi-clean. Enough where it shouldn't have much of an impact on the shot that he selects.
Yeah, it's not. It's just like I'm trying to hit like a standard draw and then the wind will be rest. You know what I mean? Okay, cool.
Well, he went to the more lofted club, which is interesting. It might tell me he's just trying to play out to the front right of the green and not try to hit that slinging draw.
He's going to put a little stress on his clean par card.
You have to lean on the short game.
Now, Justin Rose, we thought he caught a break when he went through the tree. He has not. He's pinched down in these rivets almost of grass, and his ball is sitting down to get a good club on it.
If he was, what, a foot right, he'd be good?
He'd be excellent. Now he can't take it over the tree, so this too has to be an acute angle draw.
He's setting up for it. Always hard to turn it over out of the rough. Races through the right portion of the green.
The back roughs if there's on the next tee.
And it is.
You know, he will have a perfect lie. I don't know what kind of shot he'll have yet.
I think I'd rather have his than Fitzpatrick's.
Oh, I 100%.
what the heck is that fan doing behind him? Oh, man.
You asked about the Philly fans?
We were trying to get the reaction of Fitzpatrick, and then that fan was losing her marbles.
His reaction was he knows his par streak's in jeopardy. He is not happy about it.
You agree with Ned that you'd rather be where Rose is, having to hit this nipper?
Well, it depends on the angle. If Rosie has enough green to work with, yes, because he's going to have perfect lie back into the wind.
Rory was asked about his 4/74 and how the round went, and he used a word that rhymes with hit.
So he was bit?
Lit?
Yeah, lit.
Something to that effect.
Okay, well.
He wasn't impressed with how he played.
Well, he's out working on it right now. I guess he must not have liked the way he drove it. Really didn't play anything. He doesn't play again until late tomorrow, so.
Thank you. So he was even through 14 holes. And then he finished bogey, 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 bogey. And that's the easier 9. 6 and 9 are chances to make
birdieable,
birdie.
yes. I mean, really, even 7 if you hit it in the fairway. But I don't know.
Well, if we know anything about Matthew Fitzpatrick, he's pretty good with long bunker shots. I think he proved that in New Orleans. And this one's about half the distance.
That was the bunker shot of the year.
Does he have to fly this all the way up there, or can he kind of?
He can run it.
Run it up that
he
hill
can run
a
it
little
because
bit.
it's a good 6 feet below the putting surface.
Okay. Whoa.
Hold
that
on.
needs to sit down. Oh, there you go. Come on back. He's putting a lot of stress on his par making. I mean, he needs to. I'm predicting a birdie for him in the next hole, regardless of what happens here. He's got it back in his stance, hitting a little steeper on it, so it'll come out a little bit lower and kind of release up that hill more like a chip shot versus a, fancy spinning bunker shot.
Set us up here for Rose.
Oh, this is just a wonderful look at it. It's going to be tight over here because this is where the players walk to the 13th green, but players of this skill love it. The tighter it is, they can do more with it. He's got a little bumper that he can use in this spine that should kick the ball to the right. Landed about a third of the way there, had a check and then release.
That was spot on. He's closer than Fitzpatrick.
Listen, Scottie Scheffler gave him a thumbs up.
Then it's good.
Then it's good.
No give up out of Justin Rose, even though he's been blanked on the birdie count.
No, he knows it's a long week.
Got a crazy stat that just popped up in our ESPN stats feed. Ned, 15 players are currently at or within one shot of the lead.
Really?
That is 10% of the field.
And how many of them, estimate for me, how many of them you earlier were pointing out the Americans weren't as prevalent as the Europeans or international players?
Yeah, they're still not.
I see two that are tied for the lead. Then you spin it on down to Gallic, Razorman, Reed. So you got then Schauffele. So 6 out of 15 are American.
Now this requires so much touch up the hill, right to left, and down the hill, left to right, with the wind at your back.
This is Donald Ross at his finest. Up and over. I didn't think he would leave that short. Did you, Ned?
No, especially after seeing Fitzpatrick's run out. But again, it's uphill should be a relatively stress-free 4. And you get the sense that's what that second shot was meant for.
I agree. It would have been a mistake if his ball ended up close to the hole location there from where he was after the tee ball.
Some par putts doing 10-2s for our feature group.
You know, George, we've been talking about the 12th and the draw of the 12th green in terms of how putts break all over the property. I failed to ask, what does it do when you're on the 12th green?
You have to ask the guy that the tree's named after. Well, you can still see that wind blowing there up against that hedge. I just don't think it's going to get any easier the further we go on.
Fitzpatrick to make it 12 straight pars. Get out of here. The guy can't be stopped.
Yeah, are you kidding me? Yeah, you know, he might. The colder it gets, the more he's going to appreciate par in every hole. But right now, he's like, really? Make something happen.
It's just thinking through Justin Rose's round. It feels like since the 8th hole, maybe even the 7th hole, he's been battling for par. And every step of the way, even the 9th hole, they had to make a little tester.
Yeah. Yeah, he had those 3 really good birdie looks early in the round and didn't make any of them. And he's put a lot of stress on his putts for par.
It felt like he was out playing Scottie the first 5 holes.
And this should just slither from right to left, but the wind might keep it from doing that.
He's playing some break.
Played it perfectly.
2 good up and downs right there.
Par putt for Scheffler.
A little more than he was hoping for sure.
Should be pretty straightforward for how well the world #1 has been putting today.
Yeah, pick it up. That's good.
Scottie 1 over his first 5 holes, 4 under his last 7.
Yeah, quite a turnaround with tremendous putting. 13th hole's the shortest little par 4. It'll be a layup hole today, into the wind. Depends on the front right. If you hit it in the fairway and you like your number, you know, like your perfect wedge number, 9-iron number, this is a pin you should not get close to. So you can see there, everything kind of feeds towards the hole location. So, like every other hole out here, George, big premium on hitting the fairway.
And this is the new tee box that they have
put up on the Park 13th. You see it about 50 yards ahead. They'll probably use that for Saturday's third round and make it drivable on this back nine.
Right.
Fairways much better.
All right, Ned. Now they say the wind is pumping 19 to 21 miles an hour.
And what's funny is, if you asked me, I might have said it was laying down a little bit, because back here in the southernmost part of the property, you can't really feel it. You can see it up in the trees.
Yeah, but it's, you're down in the hole.
Yeah, that's right. So
as soon as that ball gets out past that hedge line and those big trees, it'll start getting affected.
265 to those bunkers. No reason to take them on today into the wind,
no,
especially with this whole location
in
front
a huge
right.
fairway, almost 50 yards wide.
Yeah.
Should be perfect.
Expect anything different?
It's not really.
Earlier in the day, I was thinking, well, somebody will hole this second shot, just based on where this flag is in that front right basin. But I don't know with this breeze. You have to find the fairway. It's a must here. Looks like long iron for Matthew.
Yeah, he does. He has like a driving iron.
This is an absolute seed right up the right center.
Under the wind, stay in the fairway, perfect.
Bounds by Scottie's tee shot.
Longest iron in the bag for Rosie as well.
Yep, his familiar pre-shot move where he gets in the positions he likes. This looks like a good one. Very good. Better angle.
Group going 3 for 3. Scheffler 11 for 11. Pounding fairways around Aronimink. It is a summer of sports celebration in Philly. They have the World Cup and the MLB All-Star Game coming up later this year.
Good Lord, the Wanamaker Trophy is huge. The winner's wife is going to kill him when he brings this thing home.
Good problem to have if you're Scottie Scheffler. Wanamaker was once lost in the mid-1920s by Walter Hagen, the Hague, who won 5 all-time, tied for the most ever, won it 4 straight, and was out celebrating in Chicago, left it in a taxi The cabbie never returned it. 5 years later, pops up in Detroit, and they refound the Wanamaker. So now they have the original and then one that they display as well. Scheffler last year, 5-shot victory. All 4 of his major victories have been by 3 or more shots.
When he's on, he's on. You know, I mean, he's a competitor. I think you were talking about it earlier. If he gets you down, he's not going to let you back up. Kind of like Tiger Woods used to do.
He has become so good at playing with the lead when it's closing time on Sundays. Or even last year, he didn't play great on the front 9, but then figured out how to course correct through 9 when he was fighting his swing and get the right feel for the back 9 to separate and win by 5.
Knowing that if he could get that right feel, that he would be fine. And he was.
I talked to him at Doral, and I said, when you go on a tear and win 2, 3 events in a row, is there a certain feel that you're chasing that works you in? And he honestly said, no, not necessarily. It's more if a putt drops here or there, it could just be one little break that spurs it. And he felt like he was close, and we're seeing it today, Ned.
Well, if he keeps putting like this, yeah, this could be a runaway train.
Well, need you to make a call here. That's 175, yeah? Yeah.
And the conditions are difficult, but this is a pretty good chance, a pretty good spot for Justin Rose to have a pretty good look at birdie.
Well, this is where you want to trust your equipment. 154, that's my math, all the way to the hole, but of course we're right into the fan.
Right.
And if you come up short, it will likely plug. We saw it earlier today with Terrell Hatton. That's an 8-iron.
It's high. Pretty good. He's watching it. Ooh, okay. Oh, it's going to end up good.
It sure is.
Getting better. And better. And better.
That's kind of what I was envisioning when I said he might have a pretty good shot at a birdie here, which he would love to have. He's hanging in there.
Three paces closer, 1 club less for Scottie, but the angle a little bit more perilous.
Yeah, this is perfect for him. Aim at the left edge of the right bunker and just let the wind take it. Just pulled a little more than he's wanted, but okay.
$1.40. That's the raw number.
Good opportunity.
This needs to go a bit. That was misstruck.
That's not good.
Almost like the toe dug in a little and just the face stayed open.
Very poor second from Fitzpatrick. Got up and down out of the bunker last hole. Can he do it 2 straight? Scottie Scheffler walking with that putter. I'm surprised he can hold it with how white hot it's been today. On the 6th, it was actually over par. This point in the front 9.
He was, and then he just dialed up. It was kind of a shot that he learned how to hit as a little kid. A little low skipping, stopping on the 3rd bounce right underneath the hole.
Very next hole. Scheffler from 38 feet out.
Played a pretty good iron shot and just rammed it right in the 38 feet. That's pretty good.
Center cut, back-to-back birdies. And on the 8th, this was to scratch out a par.
Yeah, and it's probably going to go down as the single putt that propelled him. If he goes on and plays, you know, finishes at 3 under par or something like that, that's going to be the putt that he's going to think the most about.
Kept it going to the backside. On the 10th for birdie.
With authority has kind of been the theme today for him on the putting green, so pretty darn good.
The approach at 11.
Kind of just the extended shot of what he hit on 6, bringing in low, lots of spin on it, pop it up that hill. And, you know, if you play on hard ground like you do in Dallas, Texas, and you play in wind, that's the kind of shots you learn how to hit.
That would lead to this. Scheffler, 4th birdie on the round.
It's not making it look easy, but he's scoring like it's easy, and in these conditions, that's hard to do.
Fitzpatrick out of the bunker. Touch of class.
I know I was a little worried he might break his streak there, but he's taking it to the, he's pushing it to the limit, trying not to make a par.
He's not going to bend to Aronimink, is he?
No, I know he's frustrated that he can't make anything happen, but I'm sure he's smart enough to know that he's doing just fine.
Well, Aronimik's not going to bend to him.
Nope.
Might just be a draw in the end.
That's not bad. Check this out.
Delicate putt for Scottie. 4 feet in front of him, there's a knob, and he has to get the pace to crawl over it. And then from there, it's as fast as a first kiss down the hill, and everything snaps from left to right.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm breaking hard to the front once it gets over that last ridge.
Good news is if you run it 4 or 5 feet past, you're putting back up the hill.
34-foot birdie putt.
Quite high enough, but great putt. Made that look easy, Ned.
I was thinking at the beginning of the week, if you drive the ball well, you'll have a chance to win here, and if you putt the ball well, you have a chance to win here. If you do both of them better than anybody else in the field, you're going to win here.
Well said.
This should be a good chance here, Ned, for Justin Rose to kind of get the wheels back on and get some positive momentum.
He just needs to convince himself that he's putting for par.
Exactly. Not a ton in this one, though, is there?
Very little. Right edge.
Hearing some roars from around the course. Up on 14, Justin Thomas just made a 25-footer to say par. So Thomas still a co-leader at 3 under. Back on 13. Rose for birdie.
Put that good par stroke on it. And there it is.
So that's a birdie for Rose. He is +1. Stat correction, that was a bogey putt for Thomas that got roars from the gallery from deep, so he drops 1 shot. Rose within 4 of the lead. Justin Thomas now 1 back.
I mean, really all 3 of these guys are basically putting on in their own sort of way, a pretty nice class of how not to waste shots in the first round of a major when 3 under pars are going to probably be leading. Pretty impressive.
For 13 consecutive pars.
You know, we were kind of anxious early, the first 4 or 5 holes. We couldn't get any birdies and thinking everything was horrible. And now we're looking at it and going, you know what, they're doing pretty good.
I'd love to see him part of the house. Maybe
yeah.
18 straight pars.
I honestly, if they all part of the house, they'd sleep well tonight knowing they played well in the first round.
Well, there are 56 bogeys, and one of them just came from Justin Thomas. That's the split on this par 3. You are 10 times as likely to make bogey as you are birdie today, 6 to 56.
Yeah, this hole down, I mean, the biggest deal is it's into the wind left to right. It's 220 yards downhill, so you just almost lose 50% of your control of your golf ball in these conditions. So it's hard to hit the green, really hard to get it close.
And that was bogeys or worse. There have been 50 bogeys and 6 others. 3.39 stroke average.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you got to put it up in the air because it's downhill, but then the wind is blowing a hard, difficult direction. The par 3s here have all got some teeth to them.
I got to think the bogeyman has camped out in that left bunker today.
Oh, I'll bet, because you got nothing to work with.
There, which seeing a little bit of cover with those trees and the scoreboard and what have you.
I mean, you'd think if you kind of,
What's your shot? Pins
that's what Fooch says, but
Audience playing.
How far are we trying to hit it?
Well, the hole, I'm just saying, trying to gauge what the hole's playing.
Holes playing 13. I would go, my gut saying the holes playing 230. That's hole, flood, carry. You've got to play the numbers here. 2-5. Just hit that 7 iron, whatever we did.
yeah, they're in that little corner there of the course, Ned, where it's hard to get great gauge on which direction and how hard it's blowing.
Well, the flag on 13 tells you it's into out of the left. As do the flags
they
up
know
on the
that.
grandstands.
Yeah.
But to your point, George, when you told me back on the tee at 13 that it was 19 miles an hour, I would have said, no, it's more like 9. And earlier, I was going the opposite direction.
It's died to death here, isn't it?
Look at those guys on number 7 there.
Right, but we're sheltered here. It's died to death here at the moment. Last thing you need is this tank getting over. Just say. Well, why did that fall in last? Let's see. Let's take our time. There's no rush. Where are we trying to get?
Well, Fucci said there, take your time, we're in no rush. It's almost dinner time. Did they not know that?
Getting to that hour. It's across 6 o'clock.
All right.
George Zabarikis, Scott LePlank, and Ned Michaels.
Thank you very much, mate. Thank you.
With our feature group, Matt Fitzpatrick, world #1 Scottie Scheffler, and Justin Rose, fresh off his first birdie of the day, the previous hole.
I believe I saw the sign for a 4-iron.
I think I heard that in an English accent just a minute ago. The middle of the green would be awesome.
Justin Rose.
Oh, it's headed left.
Seriously.
He's muttered to himself, that's never a good sign, and in the bunker.
I like what you think.
Bunkers are deep. It doesn't want to be on a down slope.
Yeah, great. I like this angle better. Yeah, absolutely. Am I within 2 here? We good? Yeah. Fine down there. See the white flag just right of our flag?
Well, this also a 4-iron, and Scott, you mentioned it at the beginning of the round. He was fighting the pulls. That has been his miss. Not that he's missed often today.
No.
But you really will pay the price if you pull it in that left bunker.
Yeah, well, the wind's blowing in left to right, and it's not often that they picked out a target right of this hole location, knowing that the wind's going to push it away from the hole, but that's the right shot.
lower ball flight, right at the flag.
Yep, great line. Must have been a touch of a miss hit, but you know what? That's fine right there.
Got more hurt than my 8.
A big gust came right as that ball apexed.
Yeah, you know, with the grandstands and the fences and the trees and all that, you can't feel all that stuff like you were mentioning earlier. Makes it tough.
It's like pitching. I feel like you flat in more on those 20 feet. Let the gust go as well. Yeah, let it go. Yeah.
Gorgeous, gorgeous looking golf shot.
Line, if it gets up, same shot Scottie hit.
Is that going to stay on? All right. Fitz, Scheffler on the green, Justin Rose in the bunker. The footwork for Scottie Scheffler catches everyone's attention, including Joe Hallett, who's at the PGA of America headquarters.
You know, that definitely catches my attention, and I could analyze or get paralysis through analysis trying to explain what Scottie does, but I think one of the most important things for people is when he does it. The result you see with Scottie's feet when he's hitting a ball, so much of it happens right at impact, the rolling onto the left heel, the kind of off of the right toe. So many of these things happen right at impact. So I'm going to give everybody at home a simple little drill to understand the when of whatever your footwork might look like. But that would be as simple as just taking your driver and hitting a shot flat-footed, just to feel some stability at impact. The next one, I want you to fake your finish. Just kick those legs in after you hit the ball. And thirdly, see if you can let them kick in right at the bottom. So if we do this right, we get back here. Now we've got some power and some zip, which is what Scottie puts on the ball. You don't want to go crazy as you start your downswing. You want to be stable and then give it everything you got.
Scottie Scheffler's feet when he swings, how do you describe what his feet are doing?
What is supposed to happen in the golf swing, he just does it more aggressively.
I don't think his feet even know what his feet are doing.
It's pretty amazing. I love that he owns it.
During President's Cup, both of his spikes made a perfect V, and we couldn't fathom how that's possible.
Certainly looks crazy, but it obviously works.
As the king, Arnold Palmer said, swing your swing. And here's Scheffler's swing.
And that's one reason I love it, is because it is his swing, hasn't changed. And you know, the footwork looks weird, but it's actually perfect at impact. And it always, his right foot always finishes going away from the golf ball, not backwards, but back behind him, which actually is the perfect way to time up your hip turn and all that stuff coming to impact. So if it went the other way, if his leg was kicking out more, then it wouldn't work at all. But I agree with what maybe Jordan said. He doesn't even know what they're doing.
Four guys are at 3 under. Scottie Scheffler, that already done for the day. Scheffler's the only player in the afternoon wave who's at 3 under par. He's never held the first round lead at any major, yet he's won 4 of them.
Well, this could be a new trend of some sort.
Could be lights out for the rest of the field.
It might be. Kind of early to call that, but I mean, he is the best player in the world. Ned, does he have any green to work with here?
Wait till you see how open the club face is. Practice swings were almost like it was inverted. But he was lucky and the ball bounced and rolled into a slight upslope lie, so he might be able to pull this off.
And he did. And he made it.
Yeah, he did. Justin Rose, back-to-back birdies.
How about that birdie? Wow.
Just the 7th birdie by the field. He's so stunned. Why is he grabbing his putter? You don't need that, Justin.
Yeah, that was funny. He was stunned.
They even get some love from Matt Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, just perfect, landed it soft. How about that? Right in the middle, too.
Look at that. Pointing to the crowd. He's smiling, loving life. Then he goes to the bag with Fooch.
Hey, they were giving him some Philly love, I'm sure, before he hit that shot. And then he gave it back to him. Perfect.
I mean, Mr. Philly's won twice in the area. Nearby Marion, he won here 16 years ago.
I mean, yeah, and he lost in a playoff in the other big tournament here. So, yes, obviously he can play around here.
2018 BMW Championship.
That was something. Look at that. And all of a sudden, he's doing just fine. What a shot.
That's where you said you'd rather make a bogey and a birdie and you feel better about your round. Well, he is a...
Oh, no, he's got momentum. He's feeling
he's
great.
Even. So is Matt Fitzpatrick. But,
Matt's fighting the doldrums, and Justin is like, yeah, here I come.
From way downtown.
Keep going. Yeah, I mean, you know, Matt's like fighting boredom. And you're not, you know, I say that kind of, I don't know, maybe a little too liberally, but I mean, yeah, you want some stuff to happen. You know, sometimes a guy will make a bogey and then he'll birdie 3 or 4 holes in a row because he kind of got off his rear end and got it going.
Ned, how good was that bunker shot from Rose?
That was outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. It was perfect. Yeah, it went in, but it required no luck. It was just a perfect golf shot.
Yeah, you were right. He opened it up, put as much spin on it as he could, and had a little tiny, you know, 1 foot by 1 foot area to land it in, and he did it.
The only way you get this to the hole is by accident. It's uphill the entire way, but once it gets past the hole, it chases directly off the green.
Mm-hmm. Should have got a little help from Matt on speed.
Two and a half, 3 feet short. Fitzpatrick likes getting the worm cam view.
Yeah, hey, if he's won 3 times this year. If it works, it works.
Ned, I don't know if he'll be able to do that when he's Justin Rose's age.
Well, the getting down isn't the difficult part. We can get down. We may just stay down.
I mean, can you wear like light colored pants when you do that, or do you just always have to wear dark colored pants?
Well, you get them for free. Doesn't really matter, does it?
No. But what if the greens are soft? Do you get it all over your knees and thighs and stuff?
Well, he certainly knows the line. I don't have it outside the hole here, Scott.
No, I wouldn't think it is outside the hole. It's got to be inside left, doesn't it? Oh my gosh, it went left.
His first bogey on the card, and now he's one back at Justin Rose.
You know,
Scott, did he pull it or did it break?
You know, I think he pulled it. I mean, I kind of was watching just from like Justin Rose's was just easing down the hill in. Scotty's was not fighting left coming up there, but maybe it has a little right to left. These greens are difficult to read.
Might have put just a little skosh of doubt in Scotty's mind. If anything, favor that right side.
Yeah, or it could have confirmed what he already knew. You know, you just depends on how you look at it.
Scotty with 3 feet and some change for par to stay tied for the lead.
Wow.
That's kind of what I thought the putt was going to do on Fitzpatrick's, Ned, but
one miss left, one miss right.
That was just not a committed stroke. If you
golf's a funky game. Justin Rose was the only one to miss the green. He birdies. He's already up by the 15th tee. Fitzpatrick and Scheffler are going to 3-putt for bogey.
Yep. Yeah, Jay Rose can't wait to get to the next tee box, and these guys are going to have to take a little, breather.
I'd be curious to know if Scottie adjusted his thoughts after watching Fitzpatrick's.
I would say, yeah, I would say he did, and the stroke did not. You can't miss him from that close, not even touch the hole without being uncommitted at impact.
First bogey for Fitzpatrick in this opening round on the 14th.
How can his possibly go better?
He's saying, how could his possibly go right? And how could mine possibly miss left?
Yeah.
And we were both inside 6 feet. That's golf for you.
That is golf. 15th hole, brutally long par 4, 529. The good news is there's a little bit of help from the right, so you might get within about 2 1/4 for your second shot. Possibly, if you hit a good one, but you got to hit the fairway to have any chance to hit this green, and this green is enormous. 11,000 square feet. Or you could put maybe 3 or 4 greens from Pebble Beach inside this one.
Another tough hole to birdie. Just 5 by the field.
Yeah,
45 bogeys.
Tough, and this front right pin's not easy to get to because the wind's coming off the right, and you're hitting a long approach.
So now Justin Rose, even par, just 2 back of Scheffler, shot ahead of Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, golf is an amazing game, isn't it? Particularly at this level. Every shot, every shot's a mile at this level. I mean, this tee right here is back 50 yards from where it used to be, maybe 60.
It is a beast. But it's basically almost the same distance as the 16th hole to the left. So if you just add the 2 up, they're both par 4.5. It's just par 9 playing 1,100 yards the next 2.
It's the first par 9 you'll ever play. But that's kind of what it is. You'd like to play them in 8, one way or the other. But this is a long hole.
I'm a little bit ways up. Does Justin have driver?
Yes.
He does.
Okay. Little knee bend. He didn't love it.
Just headed left. It just needs to hit soft. No.
It's good.
I like this better.
Now it's perfect.
Yep, you can see it actually.
Shit, normal high, I want to think.
Yeah, great. And just barely right where the people are, up the green side bunker. There's people standing on the mound there.
Well, it sounded like Scottie was going to fillet one out here.
Yeah, I mean, it does fit his normal, just hold it up against the wind. I mean, you can try to bust one here, but it's not really going to help you that much.
Well, you can reach the bunkers for sure down the right side.
Well, if you hold it up against the wind, though, it should come up a little short.
Well, we're never going to know because this is right down Broadway.
That'd be more, and we'd probably all be more worried about the bunkers that are short of the fairway, which is about 260 to get over. They're worried about those bunkers that are 320 down there. Stop.
Okay. 12 for 12.
That's right. Got to keep the streak alive.
It's important last couple of yards. Fitzpatrick.
Let's go,
Another good one. That's a hard fairway to hit, too, and a lot of slope.
Sounds like the Yinglings are starting to kick in with the gallery here in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. Scottie Scheffler, low man in the group, but Justin Rose, low man on the 14th, out of the bunker. Shot of the day that we have seen out of our feature group on the 14th, the 2 on the card. Welcome back to the first round of the PGA Championship. Here's what we have in store right now with our feature group and holes coverage on the ESPN app and ESPN Plus. We're watching world number 1 Scottie Scheffler, Matt Fitzpatrick. Also have Cameron Young, Keegan Bradley, Justin Thomas, Goddard, McIntyre, Fleetwood, bouncing around holes 15, 16, and 17, and then the Hovland, Morikawa, and Shane Lowry group as well. Off the tee on the par 4 15th. Scheffler, 344-yard poke with his. Fitzpatrick and Rose more than 2 bills in for their second shots.
Yeah, that's a big drive right there from Scottie. Maybe he's a little disappointed with the bogey.
That set the scene for these second shots.
Well, the first part of things we have to acknowledge is just about every fairway now, Scottie is getting ridiculed for being a Dallas Cowboys fan. Give him an Eagles, they keep yelling.
Yeah, he's probably dead. That probably doesn't bother him at all.
Well, don't do that to Justin Rose because he'll give it right back to you, apparently. Front right hole location. And you can bound something up here. That's how Gil Hansen wanted it because it's such a long hole and it's one of the most subtle greens, one of the biggest on the property.
Yeah, it is. It is big and it's relatively flat for here, and you can roll it up, which you kind of need to on a par 4 of this length.
219 by my math all the way to the hole. And so anywhere from really 215 to 240 finds the putting area, putting surface, and then from there you can do some work. Hole location not conducive to being aggressive with this wind. Is just starting to hammer again. It is helping, but it's going to push the ball from right to left.
Yeah, so that makes it really hard to get it close, especially from 219.
And then around the hole, there's all kinds of movement and business. So if you can get it 20 feet left of the hole, even if it's a little bit long, that's a good opportunity. 5-iron.
On the way and on the green.
Okay. Not a bad shot, and that was one of his newly made irons that he's using, so I don't know how you'd expect a whole lot more than that.
Fitzpatrick.
10 yards closer.
Hit hard, but good shot.
Rolls out towards the middle of the green. Scottie, a man between two clubs.
I think it's one more because the ball's so far above your feet. You said one less. Oh, my bad. Yeah. No, I think because the ball's so far above your feet, I'll take the 7 the whole time. Okay, great. But you got to hold it. That's what I'm saying. It's such a weird lie. Yeah, I like this. I like this. Come down at 15 straight. You think about an 80 shot? Perfect. Love that. Like this. Yeah. I think you wind's going to knock it down height-wise, so it's going to make it land.
This is gusting wind that's they're discussing now, isn't it?
Wind, and then also the ball being so far above his feet. And while it's not up against the curb, it sounded like he was slightly bothered by the rough line.
Yeah, but we're back to little gust and gusty wind stuff.
Oh yeah, and it's starting to drop the temperature. I think this is a big 8-iron. Maybe play it out to the right and let the wind push it around and get it to the center of the green.
That's usually not his game. It looks like he pulled it. And it's okay.
That's all you wanted.
Well, yeah, that's all you want. Hit an 8-iron on a 530-yard par 4.
All three guys, though, I mean, found the fairway, hit the green. Scheffler, although this was from the fairway, was playing it with his feet in the rough.
Yeah, a little tougher to grip there. But same deal. Right foot sliding behind him, left foot's going out towards the ball. So it's perfect, like, weight transfer right into the middle of the club base.
How important do you think this start is for Scottie Scheffler, just based on what has transpired so far this season on Thursdays?
Oh, I think it's important, but I think that if he finishes off a couple under par, I think he's going to be important because he knows how difficult it's played this afternoon. And Martin Keimer finished 3 under this afternoon. But other than that,
yeah, he would be the only other guy if he got to 3. But yeah, Keimer is the low afternoon round.
Right. There's just not a lot of scoring opportunities happening the rest of the way.
He's 77th on the PGA Tour in opening round scoring, 70.3 on the year.
So this is an improvement on that.
Well, and the Masters is a perfect example of this. He was 12 shots behind after 36 holes and nearly ran down Rory McIlroy and lost by 1.
I know, and he had a putt on 17 to get to 12.
And who knows how that would have ended if
no, I know.
If that went in.
Never know. Well, he might have birdied the 18 too. But I'm just, yeah, he was right. He put himself with 2 holes to play a chance to win the golf tournament.
So for him to be 1 off the lead at this spot, and
I think he's 1 shot at a time, just trying to get through the rest of this day. It's getting cold. It's getting windy. He's done a wonderful job of managing what the course has given him. You know, and when 3 under's leading, the course isn't giving you much.
Ned, how do you think the group's handled themselves so far through 14?
I'm going to give the tip of the cap actually to Justin Rose. His round could have gone off the rails on about 4 different occasions, and he just kept fighting, making the improbable pars, and then all of a sudden a couple of birdies. And I think when you talk about intestinal fortitude, that says a lot on a windy day like this.
Couldn't agree more, Ned. I mean, that he's just hung in there, and he's a veteran. He's been at the top, he's been at the bottom, so he knows that it's a long way to go, and even each day is a long way to go. So he's done excellent.
Kind of a speedster style putt here. Again, just everything gradual on this screen as it slopes from the back to the front. And this should be a big sweeping rainbow style of a putt. And you're just trying to get the last couple of rolls to nestle in close to the hole.
Yeah, and even though they've cut down a lot of trees, there are shadows on the greens. That makes it a little bit harder to pick your lines.
That'll be a tester left for his par.
Yeah, not happy with that.
It's a dignified time of day with these long shadows, and the sun has finally come out, and it's very welcome, I might add.
I'll bet it is.
A beautiful property with such a regal clubhouse. There's the stately, old school, golden age of architecture feel. Scheffler ready for his birdie putt.
This one has a little more sauce on it. Make another good putt.
They're vocal and they'll let you know.
Ned, did you hand your microphone over to the crowd?
If I handed my microphone to some of the people I've seen in the crowd, you would not believe the vocabulary. Words that you didn't know could be strung together.
I know we're a stream on ESPN Plus, but that would still have some FCC concerns based on what might fly.
That's exactly right.
Here's Fitzpatrick.
Should have got a good read. He just didn't hit it.
Rose still has 10 feet left for his par putt.
Yeah, this is, he did not want anything near this. He's coming off a hot streak and a tremendous shot on the last hole to make another birdie, and you hate to give it back this quickly.
I hit this exact putt a couple of times late on Tuesday afternoon, and it surprised me how much it broke from left to right.
Well, you could see Scottie's and Matt Fitzpatrick's balls were really peeling there at the end and almost looked like they were going uphill and moving away.
And I don't feel like the greens have lost a whole lot of speed, maybe a little bit, but he's got to bring this on the side door.
Rose.
Clutch. That was clutch.
Still at even par. Yeah. Massive momentum putt. Birdie, birdie, par, and then you got the gettable par 5 16th next.
That right there is putting more confidence in him than the previous two holes. just because he was refusing to give those shots back.
He's been refusing to give in for a lot of the round.
This is full attention here, Ned. This has got to break a little bit to the right, doesn't it?
I can't believe that it wouldn't, unless the 12th really has an impact. We are close to the 12th green.
Oh, he better not have a repeat of last hole when Fitzpatrick and Scheffler both missed short ones. They're each a couple feet further back. This is from 4 foot 1 inch. No problem for Fitzpatrick. Scottie's got 2 feet for his part. Straight back, straight through. Scheffler with a share of 7th at 2 under. Now we run it back the other direction, Scott, for the par 5 16.
Yeah, so this will be a hard fairway to hit with the left to right a little bit in, because the whole dog leg's left, but the fairway slopes left to right, and they put those bunkers up there just in the right position that you may not be able to carry them today. So if you do hit the fairway, this is probably your best chance for birdie all day long. You actually have a run-ups area. You can fly it up there if you're close enough, but there's a run-up area and not a horribly difficult green to read, which is something out here.
One of the easiest holes on the course.
Yeah, a couple eagles even to that tucked pin position. Lots of birdies. It's all about hitting in the fairway again.
The players that I spoke with earlier in the week said if you're going to miss here at 16 off the tee, you want to miss left, because you're going to likely catch a better lie, and you're going to have a little bit more elevation on the left side that will allow you to maneuver close to the green.
As long as it's not in those bunkers, because those bunkers are deep.
As long as it's not in the bunkers, of course.
Yeah.
But the rough down the right is sticky and tacky, and that's where this is headed.
Hell yeah. All right. Still make 4 from there.
It's just had the rough has just had that last little bounce where it goes straight up and comes straight back down, just to ensure that it's buried. Ned, this almost requires a draw off the tee to hold it up against the left side, doesn't it?
It does. That fairway cambers too from left to right.
Oh, it's hard.
Yeah, and if it just slowly walks into that rough, you know it's going to bubble down to the bottom.
See if Scottie tries to hold it against the wind.
Scheffler, perfect 12 for 12 to this point. Trying to play a cut. Will he catch that left side of the fairway?
I don't know. It needs to go.
Oh, first fairway missed. Comes on the 16th.
Should cover that. No, that's what I mean. I'm not going to say for it to shake.
Yeah, that was funny. You see that guy raised his hands. Ted Scott looked in and goes, "Yeah, he said good." He didn't know he was a Philly fan. He was like, "Yeah, he said the rough."
That's going to be highly irritating.
It's in. No! Get left. Here we go. Hey, come on, Scottie. Go Birds! Go Birds!
That's Eagles fans. They are loud and they are relentless. You mentioned how the fairway cambers on this par 5 16th from left to right. Let's check in with our guy, Ken Brown, who has more on the par 5 16.
This course is built in a sort of a bowl. So very often you get the ball below your feet or above your feet, slopey lies. And if a fairway's very narrow, 20 yards wide, and it's on a slope, it's very hard to hold the ball on the fairway. And of course here, the fairway's some more 60 yards wide in places, but they need to be, because, just watch this. Just gonna get the ball down, I'll give it a roll out there. Just a bit up there, and just see where it goes. It'll keep trickling. You think it's gonna stay on the fairway, well it may do. Down it goes. So driving on this golf course, not easy. You've either got to work the ball into the slope with a bit of a right to left flight if the slope is this way, or very tight down the left side. It just keeps going, going, going. It's unbelievable, isn't it? It's like a putting green. So a real feature of this golf course is the slopes on the fairways. Difficult to find. You can either work the ball into the slopes or use the slope. And if you're going to do that, you've got to be tight down one of the sides. It's fantastic. It's tricky. And if you get it just wrong, you're in the rough. Demanding driving here despite the wide fairways.
That was a cool report, and Ken speaks the truth. All three guys in the rough.
He does speak the truth. It's a different looking course, but if you're not in the fairway, even though the fairways are wide, that's excellent explanation. And I would just, they probably all layups, as thick as the rough is played today. I would assume they're all going to be laying up to that bunker at about 70 yards to the front of the green. And Scottie's up there far enough. If he's got a good enough lie, he might be able to kick it up there to the right, short right of the green. But that's too bad. I was hoping he did all the fairways today. That'd be quite an accomplishment on a tough day.
That'd be a Scottie Verplank kind of round.
Well, not with the wind blowing like this. I mean, these are tough conditions to drive the ball good.
And they will likely all be laying up. Scheffler's up to the left, and he's found a prickly patch of grass with thick fingers around it. 190 yards to the right fairway bunkers. Would leave him just a short wedge.
Yeah.
And just about the same for the other two on the right. The lies are exactly as you said. When it bounces and then almost comes backwards, it chisels itself up under the grass.
Yeah, that's when it's not down green.
Fitzpatrick with the yardage book out, trying to figure out where he's going to play his second two to set himself up for yardage he wants into the par 5 for his third.
Yeah, and he hopes to have those options.
How far down can he push this, Ned?
He can push it about 200 yards, but that's right on the cusp of those right-hand bunkers. He's not even flirting with the left side. Needs to carry it 150 to make sure that he gets over the intermediate set of bunkers, but no more than 200.
Yeah, I think he's got 7 iron, I believe. That's what it looked like he pulled out. That'd be about right.
That'll do the trick.
Yeah, that's okay now. More standard third shot here with some sort of short club, so he's got a good chance to make a birdie.
And just listen to the sound that this is going to make for Justin Rose. This thing is really nestled down to the bottom of the deep green stuff.
Big Daddy Roots! He's had a few of those today. He's not been lucky with the lie in the rough.
Well played, back to the fairway.
No reason to do anything foolish here if you're Scottie. Just take an 8 or 9 iron and get it back in position right around Rose and Fitzpatrick.
Oh, that must have really been a thick lie.
It was a thick lie, but it looked like he should have been able to do more with it than that. But again, that's kind of what this rough does. It can fool you into that. That's going to be fine, though.
Yeah, it's not the yardage he was trying to get to, but yeah, that kind of looked like it almost came off the toe part of the club. It went so far to the right.
It was almost like Ken Brown's report with the rolling basketball. Scheffler shaking it out. They're playing through that cabbage that they have.
That must have been a lot thicker than it looked from here.
Been a couple eagles on this hole. The twins are both playing in the city of brotherly love. Nikolai and Rasmus Højgaard. Here was Rasmus on the 16th.
That must have been a huge drive. Oh, what a shot.
Iron in, got it home in 2. The putt to pay it off.
Probably
eagle
not
3.
a bunch of guys that knocked it up next to the hole there today.
Rasmus Højgaard shot a 2 over 72. And then this from Travis Smith, the Australian. On the course right now, hasn't had a birdie. He's had 5 bogeys and that 1 eagle. And Travis Smith is 3 over through 16. He's finishing his day on the other side of the course, playing the 8th hole right now with 2 to go.
Then what Scottie got in here to the front.
I mean, the wind's dying down some, so I'm thinking right now 50 shot.
Yeah.
Just
Straight
right
in on this line?
Say again?
Straight in on this line?
Correct, yep.
Coming down on the
Perfect.
Well, I think they said it all when they said it.
Yeah, the window's kind of laying down, possibly.
He's still giving it a club extra. Raw yardage 140. You heard him say 150. That's the effective number.
Yeah, a couple yards uphill.
They can bring it in soft. 9 iron and go ahead and knock the flag right out of the green.
Scheffler. Not bad. Back at it. They have to regain a share of the lead.
Yeah, that was what we're used to seeing right there when he gets a 9 iron wedge in his hand.
because I was like a specialty group. So like I would.
So pure.
Yeah, those are the ones that he basically hits on command. You know, he's obviously, it looks to me like he's fixed the pull just enough to not be worried about it anymore.
Well, he just made his first bogey. Might be time for Fitzpatrick and his first birdie of the day, his third to the 16th.
Well, that's what Scottie Verplank said to do. You'd rather make a birdie and a bogey.
Well, this is a good opportunity.
This has plenty of depth to it.
Simmer. Bounced inside as Scottie rolls back outside. And he'll grab the putter.
And for Rosie, 98 to the flag. Give me 105. That's the carry number into the breeze. You can land it 5 paces short and it'll skip to the hole. You can land it 5 paces long and it'll spin right back.
Yeah, this should be I would say just a 3/4, you know, mid wedge, 56 degree, 55 degrees. Should be a very comfortable yardage.
It's going a little long. Too long.
Way too long.
Too far left.
That's one that'll make you second guess yourself.
Yeah, that was, I didn't expect that from Rosie at all. He's generally pretty good with those little short irons, holding them in there like that.
Scheffler and Fitzpatrick. You guys have a good relationship, and then Rose dropping the club and kicking it.
Hey, that's one of his old ones too, so.
That's just a classic golfer reaction.
We're very strange.
You ever kick clubs?
Oh, of course. Who hasn't? At this level, everybody has at one point or another.
I doubt Ned Michaels would have ever dared to kick a club.
Never would have done that. They only find you incrementally more every time you do it, I found out.
Yeah. Well, if it's laying on the ground and he just kicked the head, it just kind of slid ahead, like, you know, 2 or 3 steps. Now, if you hold it up in the air and like do a punt, that could bring more attention.
They do have, and obviously we're saying this in good nature because that was harmless, a new code of conduct for major championships that they have rolled out, and it's at the PGA of America's discretion based on that contact if a guy would get a warning or something even more serious. That, of course, would not qualify, so I don't bring that up as an illustrative example, but it's something that they are now putting in place for the 2026 major season.
Well, and that's probably a good idea, to be honest with you. I mean, I know it's a good idea, but yeah, that was Justin. Instead of punching himself in the face, he kicked the head of the wedge.
Yeah, anyone would do in that spot. Downwind, but is this doable for his 4th, Ned?
Oh yeah, for sure. And he's going to wait for Sepp Straka to play over on the 9th. I thought Justin might actually try to get a little relief here from the sprinkler heads, but I guess he's just going to skirt them to the right.
Looks like he's pulled putter. I thought he was going to go bump and run.
No, this is definitely a putter. This is the right play.
I mean, if is he in the 2 and 2? The sprinklers are definitely within 2 club lengths of the edge of the green.
He would be, but into the green, and now on the green, working to the front.
Pretty quick, pretty good.
Well played.
Yeah, not what he was not what he thought he was going to have when he had a wedge in his hand, but he knows. Just keep going.
Be a 1-putt par at the par 5.
He's had a few of those 1-putt pars, hasn't he, today?
He certainly has.
All right, Ned, he's got to just clear his mind of everything that has happened so far today. No birdies, nothing. Had some good looks, not made great strokes. Right? It's all got to be right here, and just he's a world-class player. Not a hard read either, is it?
It is not. If you hit it with proper pace, it'll just slowly milk its way from right to left. But I was thinking that He might be saying to himself, come on, Matthew.
I know he's saying that to himself.
Put a circle on the card, man.
He stays down with it, and he did.
Fitzpatrick on the money. His first circle at the 16th.
So if he would have just had 2 pars, par 14 and par 16, he's feeling so much better walking to the 17th tee right now than he would have been.
Is that a real thing?
Yeah, absolutely, it's a real thing. He expects to make birdies. He's number 4 in the world.
Does he feel like he has more momentum than Rose?
I'd say both. Right now, they should both feel pretty damn good.
You know he's going to feel even better if he knocks this in.
Knocks this in, he's going to feel just like he should feel.
Scottie Scheffler.
I mean, this has been a difficult, way tougher than anybody thought it was going to be.
The claw grip from 4 feet. And Scottie Scheffler is back to 3 under par as a co-leader at the PGA Championship. But then you have the 1-2 punch of 17 and 18. This is no picnic at the par 3 17.
No, these 2 holes, starting with 17 here, 241 yards. The good news is it's a little bit of help off the tee, and the pin is really in the easiest location on the green. It's kind of in the back in the middle, and it kind of feeds. If you hit a nice shot, everything kind of feeds towards that whole location. So these guys hit it so far, you know, they're going to have not a scoreable club, but a manageable club to, at worst, get it into the middle of the green, which at this point, I think that's all you'd be looking for.
6 players tied for the lead. 5 are done for the day. Scottie Scheffler, the only one still out on the course. And then after him, you got 8 players who are a shot back at 2 under.
Yeah, and only one of them on the course still. So Alex Smalley looks like scoring is not. It's just. It's.
I think I'm going to hit the same shot and try to hit off these.
Out of happy hour now. It's 7:04 Eastern time.
Dinner time.
Now you're paying full freight. Ned, paint the picture here on 17.
Now Scotty's got the lofted metal out again. 241 is our yardage, and the wind is really starting to tuck itself away now.
Yeah, I think this is a 9 wood. I have to double check that tomorrow, but either a 7 wood or a 9 wood instead of a rescue.
Maybe looking left center of the green. Mile up into the air, and if this hangs on, it could find that back right pocket.
Oh. Just into the first cut, and it sat down, and he's not going to have a very good angle to get this one close.
Scheffler had gone with a 7 wood there. Iron for Fitzpatrick.
Well, it's probably the same loft and the same club. It's just built differently.
The interchange is a hybrid, a 7 wood, and this long 3-iron.
Mm-hmm.
This is left. This is going to need to do something special just to hang in there.
Got to cover it. Oh, and it does. Hops on the green.
Okay, he's okay now.
Avoids the penalty area.
Well, he just lost all the momentum he had.
But if you felt more comfortable with 7 wood, I wouldn't be against it either. So, well, you know it goes 235. There is a pinch of hurt. I can guarantee you that.
7 wood, according to Fooch.
Yeah, and you heard him say, I guarantee you that it's going to hurt. meaning that the wind and the cooling temperatures.
Yeah, I was thinking it was just mainly across, but it could be hurting a little bit, and it is definitely getting colder. The ball's not going to go as far.
Straight to the clouds and just clinging to the right side.
Just wants it to miss that little slope. Okay, but he's got to come over that big hill as well.
All right, it's going to be a lengthy birdie putt for Justin Rose. Scheffler, the co-leader, will have to get up and down to save par. That's next.
And here are the first round storylines that we've been watching today in the feature group coverage. Jordan Spieth tied the best opening round in PGA Championship career, trying to complete the career Grand Slam. So solid start for Jordan. Rory did not get off to the start that he was hoping for. The back-to-back Masters winner and also a former PGA champion. I think a little lower than that. And then Bryson, 6 over par, worst round in the PGA Championship career for him. He might be on the driving range until midnight, trying to figure that out. And here's the full leaderboard with, of course, world number 1 Scottie Scheffler sitting on top. And some interesting names right behind him, tied at 3 under par. Martin Keimer, who I think we earlier said has not had a top 10 in a major in 10 years. And then there's a whole host of really good players at 2 under, 1 under, even par. Very stacked leaderboard. And the golf course has held up a lot more, or has been a lot more difficult than anybody really, I think anybody planned for it to be. So I'd say that's a good sign.
We saying the golf course has been the star day one?
Well, it's gonna, I don't know. Scottie Scheffler might still be the star, but yes, the golf course has redeemed itself way more than, they've had some low scores here.
Okay, how about this break first?
It must, unbelievable. Ned, was he on a sprinkler?
Indeed he was. And it went from, it's going to be rather impressive if he can get up and down for par, to now it's relatively benign, just up and over the slope. Still requires some care, but.
Oh yeah, this is 80% easier than what it was going to be.
Where it was sitting down too, and he was going to have to make a decision to try to fly it to the top of the hill or bump something into it.
Oh yeah, well hey, that stuff happens. That's a great break.
And the best seem to take advantage of the good breaks.
I was going to say his job now is to take advantage of it. Doesn't mean it necessarily has to make it, but just take advantage of it and make your 3.
And well, on a completely different line, Scheffler will be the beneficiary of watching Justin Rose's putt as it crests the slope and picks up pace to the hole.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to pick the perfect line. You just need to get the really right speed. Justin, a little firm, but I'd say that's pretty damn good. That's a long putt up over that ridge. That's hard to judge.
Got a thumbs up from Fooch, his caddy.
Especially at 7:15 at night, George. I mean, his body's telling him it's dinner time.
And those greens have had a lot of foot traffic on them today.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was going to be Fitzpatrick first to play, but Scottie's acting like he's going to take the ball.
Yeah, I think that's right.
You're going to pick out a spot at the top of the hill. Yep, right there. And you just want it probably crawling over the hill with a little bit of pace. It doesn't need to be stop it at the top of the hill.
Well, I think you called it. He should have got a really good idea off Justin Rose's putt on the speed once it crests the hill.
Putts like this, it's almost like you want to give it too much break so that in case it breaks more than you think, you don't get below the hole and it starts running away from you.
Scheffler up and over the ridge for birdie.
Well done.
Got 8.
It's a good view of how severe that little spine is. And he would have had a hard time. I feel like if his ball was in the rough and didn't get a free drop, he'd have had a hard time getting it that close. Really difficult time.
Scheffler's got 3.5 feet for par.
Watch this snake for Fitzpatrick. Watch how many different directions this thing's going to go.
Up, over, tracking. Very nice.
I'm just impressed in this group. No one's over par.
I agree. I think it shows the intestinal fortitude that these three guys have. They have been fighting and clawing all day long. We just need Mr. Rose to tap this one in.
George, at the end of the day, it's going to be interesting to see the morning wave versus the afternoon wave scoring averages. Could be the same, but this afternoon's been pretty difficult, I can tell you that.
It really has been, and I've been tracking, and it's still for the day around 72.3, and it wasn't much different around at like 1 or 2 this afternoon. The whole info, but it would be good to get the splits and see how much it was or how little it was.
This might just twist off to the right.
Easy does it. Scheffler figuring out his par putt.
Just thinking through the round today, really for all these players here, they've earned everything. No one's gotten a lucky break. No one's hit a putt that was going 20 feet past and slammed into the flag or something. They have absolutely had to earn every inch of their scorecard, even little ones like this.
Isn't that how major championships are kind of supposed to be? I mean, that's the way I kind of look at it.
Emphatic yes.
Mark another par on the card for Scheffler. Fitzpatrick. 15 pars, a bogey, and a birdie. 17 down, 1 to go. And that hole playing is the 5th most difficult hole at Aronimink.
Yeah, 484 uphill. I mean, they've added about 40, at least 40 yards to this already difficult par 4. And this hole location on the front right, if you're not left half of the fairway, you're basically stymied out by this enormous tree that's about 115 yards short of the green. So this is where like the shot makers have to come into play. And speaking of shot makers, we have the best one in the world on the tee. Yeah, imperative that you hit it in the fairway and preferably in the left half of the fairway. Now, this fairway is hard to hit, but if you don't hit it, you're pretty much just punching up the fairway, right?
Yeah, you're just trying to get it to the front of the green. If you can even do that, you're handcuffed pretty quickly if you miss the fairway. Even if you find the right side of the fairway, you have that big hardwood down.
Oh, yeah.
And that's ready to, you're going to have to hit a big cut around it. Or hit a shot like Xander Schauffele did today. Just hoisted an 8-iron right over the top of it. Majestic.
Ned, what do you think will be the bigger story? If Scheffler pars the last and has his first ever share of a first-round lead in a major, or the fact that only 3 under is leading after day 1?
For the golf junkies, it's going to be the 3 under, but for the average fan, it's going to be that Scottie Scheffler's leading.
He's only missed 1 fairway. Scheffler.
He worked hard to keep that one from going right.
Oh, it is so good.
I mean, you just gotta love that. It's just like, that's him.
The perfect angle.
Oh, absolutely. There was no way he was hitting that in the right rough.
You gotta watch him swing again.
Oh, everything's normal, and he's like, nope, not going right. That was his attempt at a draw against the wind.
Yeah, this Scheffler flip.
Lay down!
Patrick.
No, this is
it okay?
It's going to be all right. Because a little bounce to the right.
Okay, perfect.
I tell you what, the questions have been answered about that driver situation.
Yeah, it's been good. I would say very good.
And by the way, you got to think Scottie Scheffler is smelling birdie from where he is now.
Well, he's got the easiest, I mean, he's got the ideal approach to it. You know, it kind of depends on if his lie is, or his lie and his yardage fits his eye. This will be a good hole to hit the fairway on for Jay Rose.
Needs to get really lucky.
Knows it.
That is going to be brutal.
Yeah, that's not dead. He's starting to stink over there. I mean, that's so bad.
These names don't stink. Those 6 tied for the lead at 3 under par, opening round of the 108th edition of the PGA Championship on ESPN+.
Ready for glory.
There's the new PGA champion.
Writing my story. Oh, add that one to PGA Championship lore. We're rising like titans. Yes!
Now it is my privilege to present the Wanamaker Trophy to the player who beat the strongest field in golf.
We're gonna rise like titans.
Second round coverage starts bright and early, 6:30 a.m. Eastern time, and this group is off at 8:40 a.m. tomorrow. And looking at the weather for tomorrow, high of 67, sunny, partly cloudy. But what you really want to look at, what is expected with the wind, and it is going to be humming early in the day. Gusts around 20, 21 until 6 o'clock. And then it drops off real late.
So another all day it's windy.
Pretty much all day, sustained winds 10 to 12 with gusts 18 to 22.
So similar to today.
Mm-hmm.
Be another tough day.
Scheffler, 13 out of 14 fairways. And the right rough is, he said, pretty much dead, almost a shot penalty. 3/4 of a shot, 4.76 scoring average. Half a shot higher than the whole scoring average. So we'll say it's a half a shot penalty if you're in the rough.
Well, it feels like a full shot if you do it. If you're playing. Yeah, you got 3 problems over there. You got a bad lie in the rough, you got the tree in the way, and then you have bunkers that are about 60 yards short of the green, so you can't really roll it up onto the front from the right side. So you're pretty much forced just to chip it out to 100 yards.
Ned, what's the lowdown?
You can add a 4th problem in that you can't see anything. All you can look up and you just get the trees of this, the limbs rather, of this hardwood. So Fuchs is going to earn his keep trying to get the math right.
I mean, is his lie good enough to even pump it up there up the left side?
You could maybe open a little face 7 iron and hit that squeezy cut, but I don't think it's worth the risk, especially as good as his wedge game normally is. And again, this whole location is cut in a little bowl.
Well, he's going with the 7 wood.
Well, I didn't see that.
He just pulled it out.
Looks like Fitzpatrick's going to take the honor. Downwind, uphill, all in, 185.
Pretty good, and it is.
We'll have a birdie attempt at the closing hole. Lumber out of the rough.
There.
He obviously feels like he can do something, you know, aggressive. It's not aggressive, but do better with this than he can anything else. And I would assume he thinks he can get it up near the green on the left side.
It's nestled down, but he does have some grain going with it. A couple of those big, strong blades of grass right on the back of the ball. Now, this is aggressive.
Yeah, it is. That's got to miss the bunkers on the right. Look at that! What a shot!
Manufacturing a shot.
Catch a good lie. Oh. It looked like it rolled into a horrible lie. He deserved a good lie right there after hitting that shot.
Sure did. That could have gone terribly wrong.
Yeah.
Over to Scheffler.
7 iron. And this would be a statement shot.
Yeah, it's a perfect hole location for him.
For the defending champion.
Get it to cut in there.
He's waiting for the applause, and there is none.
Yeah, I guess it got knocked down.
You start looking for the trees, wondering what happened. How did that come up short?
Here's headed in that direction. It'll be interesting to see if he can get it done. Yeah, like you were right last year. He just kind of took control of the tournament in that 1-9 holes. That happens a lot. You get on this one little streak in one of these big tournaments, and that's what propels you.
This is mind-blowing.
That really is. That's amazing to me. Never held the first round lead in any major.
So he's a good chaser after the first round.
Obviously he is. He's just relentless.
What's your biggest takeaway from watching Scheffler today?
That he was not 100% with his irons, but his putter made up for it, and he drove the ball perfect. I mean, you have to hit 12 or 13 or 14 fairways to shoot a score here. And I mean, obviously you can do it without doing that, but to make it as stress-free as possible, you need to be on the short grass. We've seen it today. The greens are difficult. If you're in the rough, they're really difficult.
This place has looked amazing. John Goslin, the director of agronomy, the members closed the course for play on November 3rd. There wasn't a single shot hit from November 3rd until now, unless it was one of the competitors in the PGA Championship doing some advanced scout and prep work beforehand. How's Rose going to play this?
Open face, splash. Land it 20 feet on the green, and then you let gravity work for you.
It looked like it rolled kind of just into the thicker stuff. Is it a horrible lie or just bad?
Just shy of horrible. That's tolerable.
Yeah, well, sometimes those are the worst ones when they just barely trickle into the higher stuff.
That's right, because it hits that curve and it kind of bounces up and then it coveys down like a quail.
Hill, keep going.
All right. Putter's going to have to bail him out.
Yeah, really a bad break to, in my opinion, to get in right to there. If it would have got 2 more steps into the thick stuff, it would have been a different shot and had probably a little bit better angle and a little bit better chance of getting it over there. But pretty impressed with that 7-wood out of the right rough, though.
All that time he spends in his recovery and fitness trailer paying off a little bit.
I think so.
The hyperbaric fountain of youth that he travels with week to week that has prolonged his career and given him such longevity.
I will be visiting that, or at least my version of it tonight. It's called the bar.
I was going to say that's more of a 16-ounce variety.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it steaming?
Than a cold plunge. Although you do like the same temperature.
Oh man, how did Scottie Scheffler not get any applause for this shot?
Well, it's not on the green.
They missed the green.
Yeah.
It's Philly.
Exactly.
They booed Santa. You think they're going to clap for this?
That's pretty cold.
Oh, this guy couldn't even hit the green.
It wouldn't surprise me one bit if he somehow figured out a way to hold this.
Kind of up and over, but then it's relatively flat around the hole location, isn't it?
Scheffler from 29 feet. So Scottie, a tap in left for a 3 under 67.
Looks like he's going to clean up his day and put his little vest poly back on because it's got to be getting cold.
Just the 3rd time this season, Scottie Scheffler's opened with a round in the 60s. Beats his season first round scoring average by more than 3 shots, a 3 under 67. He's a co-leader. Let's Alex Smalley, who's behind him, birdies his last hole on the 18th. Scheffler will end day 1 with a share of the lead.
which is amazing that he's never ended day one with the share of the lead. But looks like he spent a lot of good work, did a lot of good time, did a lot of good work last week at home, skipping the truest, and I think he's where he wants to be.
There's 2 other times he shot in the 60s this year. American Express went on to win. RBC Heritage, he lost in a playoff. Pretty good omen.
It's almost a trend.
Ned Fitzpatrick.
Down the hill, you don't have to give it much.
He didn't break in there.
I was trying to turn left, and it straightened out the last 3 feet.
Yeah, what an odd day for Fitzpatrick. You know, probably doesn't feel like he played very good. Left some opportunities out there, but also made some great par saves. And at the end of the day, he's more than likely going to be 3 off the lead.
And drove it exquisitely.
Yeah, so he doesn't look all that pleased, but he shouldn't get too upset.
Well, why would it come down to anything else except for a grinding par for Justin Rose? And he's right in the fall line.
The putter still has some life in it on the 18th for Justin Rose.
And that's fitting for what we watched for the last 5 hours, isn't it? And he makes it.
A back nine 33.
As good as anybody today on the back nine.
The Philly fans showering him with love. So Rose and Fitzpatrick, 70s. Scottie Scheffler, a 67-year parting shot. Scott.
It's just amazing that Scottie Scheffler is tied for the lead. And it's amazing to me that the golf course played as difficult as it did. I mean, there's 1,000 guys within 3 shots of the lead. So setting up for a great week.
It's crazy to me how bunched it is.
Yeah, incredible.
Because it played over 72 and change. There weren't a ton of blow up, say 74 plus type rounds. McIlroy did have a 74. Bryson DeChambeau did have a 76. Those are the outliers. It is very bunched towards the top. 7 guys tied for the lead. Alex Smalley on the 18th with 1 to go. Bunch of guys at 2 under par, just a shot back. Tomorrow is going to be a fun watch on ESPN Plus. Coverage of the 2026 PGA Championship and Aronimink Golf Club continues Friday on ESPN Plus. Thanks for watching our featured Group 1 coverage from Aronimink Golf Club. Day 1 is in the books. We'll see you Friday.